Testing, 1, 2, 3. Are we good? Technology, we're good? Okay, thank you. Okay. I would like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting is duly called, and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. In order to maintain social distancing and other health protocols at public gatherings, a limited number of staff and community members will be in-person attendees at this evening's board work session. The following board members are in attendance: Tracy Miller, Allison Lasan, Angie Cox, Christy Hassett, Jenny Prosnick, and Catherine Sells. I've asked board member Allison Lasan to lead us in prayer.
Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us here safely this evening. Please be with us tonight as we and those in our area weather some storms. Just please keep everyone safe. I would also like to say a special prayer tonight for the family of one of our staff members, Lisa Mann, who passed away suddenly over the weekend. I just pray for all her students, for her family, for her staff, her fellow staff members. Just put your loving arms around them and let them feel comfort. Thank you also for getting us through this election season. We're just always so thankful for all the opportunities that we have in this great country of ours. Please be with us tonight as we learn and make decisions about our students. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code, Sections 551, specifically 551.071 and 074, and the time is now 6:03 p.m. He said, okay. We will now reconvene into open session, and the time is now 7:02 p.m. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Dr. Rogers, would you like to kick off with our vision statement cornerstones?
Yes, ma'am. Our cornerstone tonight we wanted to highlight is resource stewardship, and I embrace innovation with a flexible, relevant, and solution-oriented mindset. We've certainly been in that lane for quite a while, but just extremely proud of the work that our students, our staff have shown this past year, and we've certainly lived up to that I statement. So,
thank you. Persons desiring to address the Board of Trustees must have filled out a speaker's card. We had no speakers tonight. So we will move on to the finance report. Dr. Woods?
all right. Thank you, Ms. Sells. Board, we are fortunate tonight to have Hope McClure, the Denton County or Denton Central Appraisal District Chief Appraiser, and Don Spencer, the Deputy Chief Appraiser here. I know the board remembers the last time that Ms. McClure and Don came, and they promised that they would come back, and we appreciate the opportunity for them to report out on what's happening with DCAD and answer what questions you might have. So, Hope, Don, thank you for being here.
For having us. I gave some handouts. You guys have those. The top part is just kind of protest timeline and procedures. I'm not going to go through those. Those are just kind of if you guys have any taxpayers or property owners that come to you and say, what's going on with the appraisal district. Those are some dates. May 14th, we'll be mailing out notices. 30 days to file a protest. We will not be doing in-person hearings or meetings, so that might be a big one. We will contact everybody through telephone or e-file. So those are just some of those dates. I know the main one that you're ready for is the budget. There will be an increase in the budget for 2022. As Denton County continues to grow, we'll need to continue with that growth. I do have that packet if you want to look at that. I just wanted to kind of show you guys some numbers of where Denton CAD is, and when we say we need growth, how bad we actually need it. The first chart shows the total appeals, which are protests, filed by people in Denton County. So we're at 102, and kind of everybody else in a comparative to us is about 73. So if you turn the page, the next one is how many appeals are filed per employee that we have. And you can see we do 2 times the number of any other CAD. Our number is almost 1,500, and everybody else is average about 710. So when we come to you guys and we say that we need employees really bad, we need employees really bad. The next one is appeals per ARB members. Again, we do about 2 times. We have about 4,000 appeals per ARB member, and on average, our competitors have they do about 1,853 appeals per ARB member. So with that, we're going to keep having to up the budget. The last page is where we stand on our budget compared to other CADs. We did have somebody estimate kind of out what we're looking at, and Denton CAD should be at like 109 employees, and we're at 81. 59 ARB members, we're at 33. And it's saying that annual budget should be in the range of $20 million. For 2022, we're looking at a $5 million budget. So, I'm sorry, not 5, sorry, 15 million. 15 million, thank you. $15 million budget, so we're still behind, but we're going to slowly try to catch up so it's not such a burden on the taxing entities. So we are predicting about a 7% overall increase in our budget for 2022. We have gotten with Mr. Rogers and Mr. Youngs and kind of given them those numbers so they can play with them. We're mailing out our budget to the entities by May 14th, and then we will be having a public hearing for those people who want to come speak at our board meeting about it. Just some additional notes. There's some emails, and we got a new website up. So if you guys haven't checked that out yet, I encourage you to do that. It's like a lot more users.
Yeah, I've seen it. It looks good.
Good. We're still adding stuff to it every day. But yeah, we tried to really clean it up and make it user-friendly. Dawn wanted to talk to you just kind of about some growth in the county, and then we'll open it up to any questions that you guys have.
So thanks again for having us here. Just at a real high level, I know that you all are aware of the growth in Denton County. Really a decade, but just generally speaking, this year, Denton County is looking at probably an average of about another 8 to 10% in taxable value. For Lewisville ISD specifically, right now, we're still finishing up our analysis before we send the notices out, but we're looking at probably about a 9%, 8.75% to a 9% increase over last year's taxable, with about $1 billion of that being new value that's added to the tax roll, where we're starting right now. Some effects on value to just keep in back in mind from preliminary to certification, especially this year. We talked about the number of protests that we have here will probably go up from about 100,000 last year to about 115,000 protests. We're going to be seeing more people, but we have everybody experienced the freeze, and governor declared a disaster. There's a section in the tax code that allows for a disaster exemption. And a lot of people come forward and apply for exemptions. Exemption levels can be anywhere from 15% up to a total loss exemption. On average, right now, we're seeing a lot of the 15% and 30% exemptions so far being administered on those exemption applications. That's really all I have right now.
Let's start with questions from Ms. Cox.
Can I ask? I have two questions.
Go ahead. Ask both.
So my first question was on the new value that you mentioned. Is that residential and commercial or just residential?
That's both, and it's really right now it's about even. There's a little bit more new value in residential, but it's probably about 2/3 residential and about 1/3 of that is
My next question was, I know your system was down today because you're doing updates because I made a phone call. I do love the new website. It's fantastic. But my question is when are you seeing these protests for appraisals to be finalized and over to the taxing authority, that those tax rates will be set? Because I know a lot of those have been delayed.
Yeah, we're looking at the appraisal review board hearings will roughly start from June 14th to July 16th. And then we're hoping to get certified totals or certified estimate out to the entities by July 23rd.
And then when will that be to the taxing authority so the tax bills can get collected?
July 23rd.
July 23rd? My only question is, why do you think that is that Denton CAD receives so many more protests than like comparable districts? Is it because we're increasing in value more than other counties? Is that what it is, you think? No answer? No clue? Okay, I was just curious if there was.
I think our growth is, I think we have more area to grow than other counties, and so I do think we have a lot of subdivisions that will get together and kind of all protest together. I think that's a big one.
Okay.
They'll tell everybody, just to, everybody protest, and they kind of have some groups, and
Okay.
that could be a reason.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you guys for being here. So if I look at these numbers, if your budget's about 14,000, I guess you're kind of proposing it'll go to 20 million? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you're 14 million?
Yeah.
Okay. That's about a 40% increase year over year. Can you imagine what would happen to us if we did that? So the question is, you have a kind of a cyclical need for employees. And so the number that you have here, I think you need 109.81. You need that 109 over the course of the year, or just to handle the surge?
Over the course of the year, the surge, what we do is a temp agency, and we bring in, like right now, we have anywhere from 20 to 30 temps working at the appraisal district. That way we can handle because really from April through July is when we need all those employees, but we can't keep them on. So we need 109 all year long, and then we'll continue to have 20 to 30 temps.
So what's our portion of the 20 million?
20 million is not what we're
Yeah, 15.
proposing. We're proposing an increase this year of a little over 15.
Okay, and then you have a glide path to 20?
What's that?
You have a glide path to 20? Is that what you're trying to get to, or are you just using that as a comparison?
One of the things I wrote in there that I didn't mention is that our biggest thing of we need all these people, we need all these ARB members, but we don't have any more room left. So that's going to be one of the big things, is that we're going to have to come to the entities in 2023's budget, and we're going to have to ask for a new building. And so that's going to be a big ask. So that's going to, we have some in contingency for land, but that will be something we'll have to come. We have 2 buildings right now, and we are maxed. Like, I have people in closets. I mean, we are just maxed out. And then with one of the things that happens is as you have more ARB hearings, you have to have more employees in the hearings, and then you have to have more hearing rooms, and then you have to have a bigger parking lot. So it's just this growth on top of growth, but we will be bringing that
But you're not doing in-person hearings
this year.
this year. So you can bring on 28 people this year because and without needing the facilities capacity, because you're going to be doing it in electronic form or, okay. And so you don't know what our portion of the budget's going to be yet.
So your portion of the budget historically has been about 25%. In anticipation, so your allocation to the budget is almost impossible for me to project right now, because there are dynamics that go into that, such as the levy, and we have no idea what the total county levy is going to be until after we certified. But generally speaking, if all things were to stay consistent from where they were last year, a 7% increase to you guys would be roughly about $250,000.
So 250 on top of 25% is 2.8 million, 3 million. So we're looking at almost $4 million from LISD. If you take your 20%, 3 million, I'm sorry, almost 3 million. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hassett?
Great information. Really appreciate the breakdown. It's very helpful. Nothing that we've ever received before. So really appreciate y'all coming and explaining all of this to us, because it is a large number. And really, I don't have a question. It's more of a comment. We absolutely understand how much Denton County is growing. It's crazy how many. But LISD itself isn't experiencing the same kind of growth.
Mm-hmm.
And so for us, when we do have to absorb, because of the way that it all works with finances and legally, it's just something that we're very happy to know why it's happening, because we have to absorb more than others.
And as other entities start growing, your percentages could come down. Like right now, you're 25%, but kind of like we talked about with Mr. Young's, he goes, okay, so we go to 24. You know,
Right.
so but as they do start getting bigger and as they start growing, your burden will get less. It's just,
But it's spread out right now throughout the whole county, and so there's not a large impact
Right.
to our reduction.
Yeah.
But that it's definitely kind of one of the reasons why we're interested in the
course, yeah.
increased cost to us.
you guys are our largest.
Thank you.
I appreciate the information. I have a question you may not be able to answer right here, right now, but feel free to email.
Okay.
And that is, on the number of appeals, how many of those are settled for, like, how much, I'm going to give a number, okay? There's $1 billion in appeals in the 1,500. What do you all settle for?
What do we settle for?
Well,
You're talking about
yeah. What does it come down to? I have a bill for $1 billion in these 1,500, in the 1,500 appeals that come to you. I'm making up numbers. It's $1 billion. In the end, how much do you all settle for?
That's,
So historically, on an average, the reduction from the time we send notices out until we certify, it's usually about a 5%, give or take. But it's usually about 5% loss from, but as far as us settling,
I shouldn't say settle, but what the agreed to amount is. I don't mean to use settle term. I should say
yeah,
the
it's
agreed.
about a 3% from mailed, we call it mailed value to certified value.
So I guess what I would be curious, since you compared yourself to these other things, if that's what they discover as well, and perhaps that's why you have such a high number. I'm just looking at
I can't speak for, I could probably dig into some of those other CADs. I've been at 2 other CADs, and again, on average, that's a pretty standard number. Anywhere between 5, 6, 7% is usually value lost through the protest process. It wasn't Grayson, it wasn't Hunt County. I would feel pretty confident that a lot of other CADs are
We
somewhere
stay in
around.
pretty
contact.
standard then.
Yeah,
what,
we
5%?
stay in contact with all the other CADs. It's actually a pretty close-knit industry, so we all talk and compare these numbers and compare budgets, and it's standard.
Our values, we're studied, you guys know we're studied by the state every year. Our values have to fall within a confidence interval of 95 to 105% of what is supposed to be the true market value. Well, more times than not, we're going to fall on the lower end. We're not going to be on the higher end of that range. I think that we do a good job at initial notice. I think we notice typically around 99 to 100%. And I think our property value studies would speak to that most of the time. When we're studied, we're at 98, 99%. But when it gets to protest time, whether it's somebody comes in with some compelling evidence or it's a sheer volume that we have to give a little bit of a reduction just to get those protests to go away, because we don't have the ARB, we don't have the manpower to fight all of those. There's going to be a little bit of give, and so when you give 2 or 3% to get one to go away, that's how you play out typically.
How many are still lingering from last year? How many protests? You're all done.
They're done.
And that was one of the things we got too, is why don't you guys flat value? Why don't you use the same values as last year? We're in a pandemic where, everything else. But like he said, our year this year is an odd year, or even an odd. We do a property value study on odd years. So we are going to be audited extra close this year with our values. And if we don't hit those ranges of market value, then the schools don't get their entire state funding. And so obviously that's a huge deal. So we have to be very careful with staying in those ranges.
Thank you.
Okay, could you kind of explain how, are you going to increase the ARB members from the 33 to the 59? Is that a one-year
No,
wish?
those are just that page right there is just projections of what, we had a data analysis look at it and say where we should be. We're not going to do that over 1 year. Right, this new 22-23 2022 budget, we're only increasing 6 employees and 6 ARB members, and it's increased it this much. So we're going to just have to grow those over the next few years. And like I said, we're out of space right now, too. So even if we could get more members, we don't have the space for them. So that's just a projection to let you guys kind of know that we are behind and that we will kind of every year, I think Mr. Miller said, kind of glide up and get that increase.
Okay. Because that is one of those odd things that hits you hard as a member for a very specific time. And do you all have difficulties getting people to apply for those positions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because it's really just during the summer, correct?
Yeah. Well, they meet once a month all year long because they have to do supplemented stuff, like she said, kind of the past stuff. So they do meet once a month after certification because we always have some of the roll that didn't get certified for whatever reason.
Right.
And so they have to meet throughout the year to supplement those items. But yes, the summer is their main. And then they have to get state trained. They have to, then they can't take vacation during the summer or, there's lots of stuff that comes up. And the thing that we've had, well, I know Dallas CAD's had the most trouble with is the pandemic keeping them safe. Because most of them that do it are elderly. That's the large number of ARB members. And so Dallas lost how many last year? It was almost half. So we were lucky that we kept a lot of ours, but we've already lost 9 this year in 2021. And so we're trying to build that back up. But the district judge appoints those. We get applications in and then send them to the district judge, and the district judge appoints those.
Yeah.
We try to keep separate from them. So
Perfect. And then you did mention that after the preliminary totals are available on May 14th, that there will be a board meeting? Is that what you said?
Our board meeting, so we're sending out our budget on May 14th, and that just happens to be the same, our first set of preliminary totals. We're mailing our notices, we're mailing out our budget to the entities, and we're doing our first set of preliminary totals all on May 14th. Our board meeting won't be until May 26th because we have to do a 10-day public hearing. So our board meeting will then be on May 26th after we send out our budget to the entities.
Okay. Are those virtually, or can they be seen online?
Right now, we're doing them in person. It's kind of like this. We're just spreading them out, so we don't have it online.
Okay. I don't have any other. Just thank you all so much for accommodating us and for coming and answering our questions. I think this is a great learning time, and probably you may receive some questions from some of our board members after we really look at this information and maybe something else comes to mind, and we hope you all accommodate us on those questions.
Thank you very much. Be careful going
Thank y'all.
home.
Yes, be very careful.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, you guys,
Hopefully it
for coming
passes,
out.
but-
Good luck this year.
I see like.
Yes.
New system, hopefully it works, right?
Yes.
Again, or
Well,
not
we
new
know-
system, second year.
We know this system works because we've had it for 12 years prior,
Yeah.
but we are still having hiccups from 2020
Yeah.
that we're finding. But we know that the new system
Thank you.
is good, so.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Mr. Turner's coming forward, and we will be having our discussion on update of status of meal prices for the 21-22 school year. Oh, and Mr. Ray, thank you for being here.
President Sells, members of the board, Dr. Rogers, we appreciate y'all taking the time this evening. We've got the discussion item and the chart with the Lewisville ISD historical meal price data and some comparison price data from some area school districts in front of you. And I just want to kind of summarize the information there. As you know, each year this item is brought to your attention for your consideration because LISD is required by both the United States Department of Agriculture and the Texas Department of Agriculture to keep meal prices for full price meals at a certain level so that the full price meals are not subsidized by the reimbursable revenue that we receive for the reimbursed meals that are provided. As you probably remember, last year at about this time, you guys were able to consider and keep student meal prices at the same level for the 2021 school year as they had been at the 2019 school year, both due to the uncertainties of the economic climate due to COVID, but also because at the time there was an exemption in place from the paid lunch equity tool that the USDA provides at that time. And so we were able to keep those prices steady at the student level. You also probably recall that adult meals did need to be increased according to the 2020-2021 calculation as required by the Texas Department of Agriculture. And then, as you can see in the chart in front of you, student breakfast prices have actually been held the same consistently over the past 6 school years at $1.25 per breakfast meal. Having said that, running the calculations using the required paid lunch equity tool provided by the USDA does show that our student lunch meal prices are more than 10 cents below the equity targets that they set. And so one other note that we want to make sure that we bring to your attention, of course, as you know, beginning October 1st, LISD, through waivers provided by the USDA as well as the Texas Department of Agriculture, has been able to provide free student breakfast and lunch meals to all students at all campuses. And we do expect, based on information that's been provided by the USDA and TDA recently, that a similar option will be available for LISD for the next school year. With that in mind, however, it is still being recommended to increase prices for the 2021-22 school year so that we keep in line with the anticipated minimum meal prices so that LISD prices do not fall further behind the federal requirements. And we've got Mr. Ray up here with us because he is an expert, and we can certainly take any of your questions on any of this information.
Ms. Lassonde, do you have any questions?
So I just want to make sure I understand. So, so we had a waiver from the federal government that we did not have to charge for meals this past school year, correct? And you're anticipating that to go into next year.
We're anticipating that that will be an option for the district to choose, consider. It's not been decided at this time at the district level for sure.
Okay.
We haven't brought it to you guys yet or to Dr. Rogers yet, but the information's out there. There's been some, I'd say, a little bit of conflicting information on the specifics of that, but we anticipate that that will be very likely for next school year.
Okay. So we need, but you're saying that we probably need to go ahead and raise rates to be up to where we should, even though we may or may not use this waiver next year. Right.
At some point, the waivers won't be in place,
Right.
and we'll be back to the minimum expectations. And given where we didn't go last year in terms of pricing and what we're looking at for next year, we think that the 10-cent increase would be.
Okay. And as a side note, my children loved the free meals. They took full advantage of that every day. So we have gotten lazy about making lunches, but they've enjoyed it.
Okay, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer, but to be clear, you're recommending it next week. So this isn't, you guys are thinking about it and processing it. It's on this consent agenda, item K.1 for next week. And so I think what is particularly, well, for 2021 and looking at the pricing, we're way under the averages. So, you know, this is, and for those who don't understand, this is a third fund of money that we manage that doesn't get used for funding teacher salaries or, you know, a new, logo on a campus or paint. It's solely for child nutrition, salaries, management fees, refrigerators, etc. So we still, even with the recommendations, if the recommendations are in the green line, is that correct? Or is that just showing the averages?
That's the average.
Or you're just looking at 10%, 10 cent increases?
The green are actually, all of that chart is 2020, 21 pricing for
Right.
area districts.
That's-
So this year's current pricing. We're recommending the amounts on the second page of the
Different
discussion item.
levels.
So it's 10 cents for both the student breakfast and 10 cents.
Let's say the 125 to 135, and then you're doing some projections on that. Okay, and then just curious, for my edification, how does a la carte fit into that? When kids do a la carte type meals?
Well, that's considered part of the, I'm going to actually let you answer that.
Could you use the mic
Use the microphone.
so everybody could hear? Thank you.
Seems to be on.
Yes.
There we go. The price equity tool comes in a number of different formats. The basic tool has calculations for, based on your run rates for the different types of lunches. Here we only have two different prices for students. Okay, some school districts have some for different grade levels. You have to put in your run rates for those different meals times the actual cost you're spending, and you get a number, and you come up with an average number. It's that average number that we have to hit, but it's all based on the paid lunches for the reimbursable meals.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yes. Sassett,
Great work, no questions, thank you.
Mr. President.
You know I have questions. So one of the things that I asked you, and I sent you an email, and I was grateful that you provided me the information, was I asked if those districts that you compared us to, which one were in-house providers and which ones used outside vendors, like we do. And when I just averaged the outside vendors, just their prices for everything, we're completely on target. We're right in line with what they are. So, and I know that those are 2021 numbers. My question is I'm curious of why the 10-cent increase and not a 5-cent increase.
I mean, my best guess, just in talking to them on the calculations, if you look at the actual paid lunch equity tool, we're actually close to 28 cents behind the target on the back of the discussion item. So if the requirement were in place where they just said, hey, you have to meet the target, then we'd be looking at close to 28, almost 30 cents in terms of an increase there. Typically, year to year, they only ask you to increase at most 10 cents. And so to get closer to that, just looking at this is based on 2021, and we're already close to 28 cents behind. So looking at what the next paid lunch equity tool could be, we think that we need to at least be hitting the 10-cent mark. Does that make sense?
Okay, and so then the question is then why not more? Then why not 15 cents? I'm curious. I'm more curious how you landed on the 10 cents than I am anything else. When you look at the tool that we're 28 cents behind on, how you came up with 10 cents instead of 15 or 20 or 25 or the full 28.
And I'll go ahead and speak to that. The way that the tool and the whole rule works, okay, if you're behind, you have to do an increase if there's waivers aside and any waivers you may have in a particular year. However, they do not require districts to go up by more than 10 cents at any one time. So even if you were $1 behind and you didn't get an exemption for a particular year, the requirement is only that you go up a dime. The question as to why you don't do more, that's kind of up to you. I think the biggest issue here is that if you don't do an increase year after year and you rely on an exemption, but then you hit a year that you don't get an exemption, then you're stuck with a pretty drastic discussion about raising prices well over what they have been in the past. I will play into the mix that I'm fairly certain we're going to be able to take advantage of waivers that will allow us to continue to utilize the free meals for all students. 98% sure at this point in time. But at the same time, even with that said, we had debated, do we want to take anything forward? Because a lot of people would say this may be a moot issue. But again, I've been doing this since the Earth's been cooling, and the only time I've seen anybody really have a a problem with this is when they don't raise it for a long period of time and then they suddenly are forced to, and they're going to the public saying, oh, we're increasing, your lunches by 70 cents or something that's pretty significant. So you have the flexibility to increase it more. Barring any exemption, you do have to go up by 10 cents. That's why we picked up 10 cents.
And so then, next year, I'm going to go another year ahead. Let's say we get the waivers for this year. I mean, then what does that look like? Will be 18, I'm guessing for the tool, that we would be probably another 22 cents behind.
Yeah, it's so hard to say and predict because there's so many different pieces of this tool. It's not just the prices, but what they give you to target is based on what rates that they're paying for free meals, what rates they are paying for subsidies they're giving you for paid meals, because you subtract the difference and you get a number. But they also factor in, for example, the USDA commodity value that goes in, and it becomes pretty complex. Normally, I'm pretty good predictor of things, and I like to do it. It's one of the things I enjoy doing. But in these COVID times, there have been so many things that have swung back and forth, especially in the regulatory environment. If you've sat in the chair that I'm sitting in, we've changed what our waivers are in the USDA and TDA's interpretation of them sometimes 3 times in a single week. So very hard to predict 2 years out, but if you're asking from my professional kind of guess, I think you're going to be, if you didn't raise prices this year, I'm going to guess you'd probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of 38 to 40 cents behind the target a year from now. That's just a guess.
So we're
Wild
going to
guess.
maintain this. So we're going to maintain the 28 cents behind if we approve the increase.
Well, the 28 cents was based on the existing gap in place. They update that frequently. Unfortunately, they don't update it until like July or August, so you really don't even have a chance to take a look. Where are you in relation to the upcoming school? You wouldn't even have a school board meeting before the new school year to be able to approve something. My guess is I've never seen the number go down. I've always seen it go up because of inflation. Inflation this year was higher than some previous years. I mean, some urban price index, I think, in this area was like 3.6%. There's a really good chance that when the new number comes out in July or August, and I don't even want to predict anymore because the USDA and TDA have been so late on all the different things when they tell us how we're going to operate and what's due tomorrow. But there's a really good chance that you're going to be even further behind than 28 cents. We just know that the minimum that we're behind is 28 cents, if that makes any sense.
The minimum we're behind is the 28.
The minimum. It could be more even within the next couple of months when the new numbers come out.
One follow-up.
Yes, Ms. Hassett.
Follow-up question really quick. So if we do raise it only 10 of the 28 cents that we're behind, if we would have raised it more and we still get the waiver, then in effect, our parents would be 2 years down the road and having a large percentage increase. If we decided to do it 15% or 15 cents this year and then 15, then it's a larger increase for them when they have to start paying again when the waiver is no longer available. Is that correct then?
Wait,
So
I
it's-
just want to make sure I understand the question. I
So
didn't follow completely.
my concern is that if we were to raise it more than 10 cents right now, our parents wouldn't understand and feel the shock of it until 2 years later. If we,
They wouldn't feel it all. But
It'll be a larger
I can't
increase
promise
for
that.
them.
I can just say I believe the waivers will be in effect this year that will allow us to serve kids free under one of the federal programs, which makes sense on a lot of different levels. So if we did that, it's not going to impact probably anybody this year.
right, so they wouldn't be impacted this year. But in
Correct.
2 years, when they have to start paying again, it would be a large jump for them if we decided to go more than the 10.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you for clarifying your
Okay,
question.
sorry.
Ms. Cox?
I'm very much in support of the increase. I mean, we're right in line with other districts, and quite frankly, I would love to buy lunch for $3.75. You can't find that anywhere, so if they open it up to the public, I'm in. But my question is does the increase cover increased food cost? Because I definitely don't want to lose quality of food for our kids. So how does that work with that?
Well, right now, on a high level, we've maintained for several years a good fund balance, okay? So it's like a checking account. You can say, well, you're any snapshot in time, a year, 8 months, you could say, oh, well, we're behind or we've lost money or gained. But the case is that we've never ever come close to endangering any funding from the general fund because we've maintained that balance. And we've always tried this, and by the way, there's a formula you have to stay within, because if you carry more than 3 months of excess cash funding, you have to go into a spend down plan to prove that you're a nonprofit organization running a nonprofit food service. We've been very good at managing, keeping safely enough dollars in the fund balance, so we never jeopardize the general fund. But at the same time, we've always found ways to invest in the program, both in quality and equipment, whenever we are getting anywhere close to having a little bit too much. So on an average year, for example, you may spend $200,000 or so in capital equipment. Last year, for example, because we had a good fund balance, we did, as you know, spent over $800,000 in capital equipment. That's what rebuilt the cafeteria lines, for example, at Flower Mound High School in Hebron. But we're always reinvesting in the program. I candidly don't think that the price increase either way, and there's some information here that shows you that it means about $154,000 in revenue. I don't think in any way that's going to jeopardize the program, because we're always reinvesting as much as we possibly can in highest quality food that we can.
And the better product they put out, the more meals they serve, which increases the revenue in both sides of the, whether it's reimbursable or for full price meals. So.
Ms. Lasan,
You started with me.
did
so
you
I'm
have
good,
anything
but
else?
Thank you. No, I'm good.
Or Mr. Mueller? Anybody? Did everybody give your questions? Thank you. Ms. Prosnick asked my question because I wanted to know where we would be if we take the 28, we get rid of that 10 cents. Are we at 18 next year? But it's kind of a rolling increase. So I think I'm in favor of the 10 cents. So thank you for providing the information and for the explanations. It's helpful.
Thank y'all.
Yes.
Can we figure out what's going on with the mics, or?
It's high, too high. It's the light. Static electricity. It's static electricity. It's all that lightning outside.
Yes. Okay. So now, Dr. Rapp, are you up?
Okay, yes, I'm ready. All right, well, thank you so much. I'm pleased to bring before you just a quick update on summer programs and related costs. You have a copy of this PowerPoint in your folders, and the font on this PowerPoint is not quite as small as the next presentation, so we will do our best to make it through this better font this time around. That is special for Ms. Prosnick. Shout out to the Old Curriculum and Programs Committee. It's great. Okay, so basically, we know that our board and district goal, especially in light of what we've seen this last year with COVID, is to implement new and expand existing targeted elementary and secondary learning intervention programs based on the needs of our students. And how are we going to do that? We talked about that in the DIP we would have expanding current district-based elementary summer programs and instructional resources, and we would provide support to elementary and secondary campuses in creating intervention programs for this summer and beyond. So this summer is really just a first step in working towards this goal. So I'm going to just touch base on elementary programs first. I'm just going to give a high-level overview of all the great work that's going on by Ms. Gall and her team and the chiefs and the elementary principals. They're doing a great job getting ready for this summer. So under Expand Existing, we did talk about this in the board goal setting as well. We've got our early childhood summer school that we expanded beyond serving only students that qualify, which that's the program we've had in the past where all campuses could send students, and they worked on a system for that. We currently have 770 students enrolled in that program, which we had the capacity to serve about 1,600. We didn't make that mark, but that's okay. We know that parents are still not fully comfortable sending kids in person and expected. So we think 770 is a good place at this time. We've got our Newcomer Immigrant Summer Academy, NISA. This will be our second year for this. We had an interruption year last year with COVID, and so we're excited to bring this back. This is for rising second through fifth immigrant students in the LHS feeder pattern. That's currently 108 students that are enrolled there. Spanish Camp is our rising first through fifth Spanish language learner students can be enrolled in this Spanish camp. And that is dual language students or Spanish immersion. And this is an expanded offering this year because we're offering this at no cost to students to participate, because we have many learners who we anticipate coming back into the dual language program or Spanish immersion, and we don't want them to have any interruption in their services. So we're very excited about this. 380 students is a great turnout for that program. Our new program, Rising Stars in elementary, that we have two versions of this, an in-person and a digital. These are both campus-based programs. So the other programs on the left-hand side are more managed at the district level. The right-hand side are going to be at the campus level. We're offering that in reading and math in person. Campuses have been identifying students that they think would be most appropriately served by these programs. You can see their initial run at numbers there. We understand that not all of these students will show up for this program, but the cost that we're asking for tonight would support the campuses in meeting the needs of the students they identified. And so that's what we're going for there. Our digital campus-based program, Rising First through Fifth Graders, the digital program, essentially the staff will help monitor assignments that students will be given to be able to work on their own, and kids will have a way to check in with teachers. So that's completely a digital experience, no in-person components to that version of Rising Stars, and you can see the number of students identified for the digital version. So when you look at the amount of money related to these things, our early childhood program will be spending approximately $600,000. That's existing 199 budgeted funds that in the past have also gone towards fifth grade SSI. We're just moving those to help pay for early childhood. NISA, around $200,000. It's a great use of our Title III funds, and so we're thankful for those funds to support that program. Spanish Camp, that's $150,000 of existing 199 funds that we'll be utilizing for that. Rising Stars, which is the new piece, we're totaling that right now at about $1.13 million for the in-person program, and the digital program would be $140,000. You can see a big chunk of that cost is both the curriculum and the teachers. Not surprising there. Ms. Gall's team has picked out a great curriculum resource for the campuses to use this summer, and not only will they have it to use this summer, it's an investment in a resource they will continue to have throughout the school year, and it's in English and in Spanish. So we feel confident that this is a good investment in providing the campuses intervention options for the following school year as well. Rising Stars Digital is, again, that's just a teacher component. So they'll utilize curriculum that we already have access to and resources. The teachers are needed to help monitor the progress of the students. Secondary programs, a little bit different approach at secondary. So middle school and high school campuses are provided ideas about how to use existing resources for intervention for reading and math, and they can create their own program as well using other existing resources that they have available to them. We have a lot of resources in our school district, and our campuses have access to a lot of resources, and they're closest to the needs of the kids at middle and high school in terms of what they're seeing the students struggle with and needing to come in for. So they're really going to be working on how to utilize the resources they have in order to have a program that meets the needs of their students. Our programs for middle and high school are in-person only. We don't have an in-person and a digital option there. Campuses can choose the time frame, any time between after school ends and or a jump start approach right before school starts. And some secondary schools are really, interested in the jump start approach because they are finding a way to give their staff a break along with the kids and then hit the ground running before the kids come back to school as well. In middle school, our programs would serve incoming 6th, rising 7th, and 8th graders. Again, that's based on need. Not every middle school serving the exact same grades. Again, that would be reading and math. Our campus program proposals range anywhere from 1.5 to 4 hours a day, and the number of days of their programs range anywhere between 4 to 12, just depending on what the campus is creating there. And then our high school programs serve incoming 9th graders, rising 10 through 12th graders. And they, many of them, again, working on things that support remediation or jumpstart before the start of school. So our middle school programs, you can see the numbers there that have been identified by the campuses to serve. Again, it's not likely that all of those students will show up for an in-person program, but they at least have identified students that they believe it's important that they come to receive extra support in either math or reading or reading. You can see the cost there is $177,000 at this time, and the high school cost for the students identified is $144,000. Again, much reduced costs, not as large number of kids, along with the curriculum. We're utilizing existing resources that we already have. We have to remember that in secondary, many of our students who are struggling are going to be in summer school. And so that splits your audience. We don't have a summer school at elementary where you can come to recover your credits in order to promote. And so, of course, we do anticipate a little bit larger enrollment in secondary summer school this year as well. And, of course, we will continue to offer SOAR for our English language learners as well. So our total estimated cost at this time, and, of course, food costs are still under consideration, so that's missing from this number, for new programs would be approximately $1.6 million. We do believe, looking at information coming at us from ESSER, and that those funds are to go towards learning loss, that this $1.6 million would definitely qualify for the ESSER funding that we'll be getting.
So, Dr. Rapp, why don't you just briefly touch on the proposals, the proposal system that principals, campuses had to submit?
Sure. So what we did is we created a proposal form for them to complete where they had to tell us the number of students they'd identified. They had to tell us how many teachers, the number of days their program was going to work, what content areas was it going to cover, and then they had an open-ended box to also tell us any other needs that they might have. For instance, we had several title schools that asked for instructional aid support. So when you see the aid dollar amount in elementary, that came because those schools were saying, we think we need a little bit more support than just teachers in this case. Transportation was something they could put in that box. We don't want to provide a budget that people aren't going to use. We don't want to come ask you for money, of course, that we don't know if that's something they need or not. So this was the first time that going into a summer, we've had a proposal form that they could fill out. It also comes with an attendance tracker, because one of the things that we've talked about is that we'll need to track the attendance of the students, and we'll need to track how the students do after they get on into their next school year. The form is version 1.0 or 0.5.0. It has a lot of room for improvement, and as I look at the faces of the principals that are with us tonight, I just appreciate their patience in the form. It was the first time we tried to auto-calculate some things for them. It was not perfect, but we appreciate them filling that out and feel like it was a way for them to tell us about their needs as part of the process.
Okay, questions, and we'll start with Mr. Miller.
I don't have any questions on that, Dr. Rapp.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassett?
Yes, I have a couple questions. I do love the tracker form. That was brilliant.
Yes, thank you.
I had a question on the elementary programs for the Rising Star digital campuses.
Mhm.
There's not as many students identified. So
Right.
are those only students who were virtual during?
No. The digital version of Rising Stars can be assigned to an in-person or a virtual learner. And I think because they identified so many to serve in person, one of the things the chiefs and Ms. Gall and I have all talked about is as students say, I can't come to the in-person program, you may see the Rising Stars digital go up, and they'll shift them to the digital program just to try to say, we really want you to continue to practice your skills this summer. How about this instead?
Awesome. And then second, for reading, really for writing.
Yes.
How are we catching students up for writing? Is it easier because the writing critiques are embedded in reading, or is this really more reading based, but I don't want to have a deficit in writing? How are we doing writing?
Sure. Okay. Well, so it really is more of a program focus on the reading components, just because we know that if you're behind the 8 ball with reading, that's going to impact your writing, because your reading level has such a huge impact on the level that you're going to write at. One of the things we know is that the way that the writing test is changing too at the state level, as well with the revising and editing, all of that's going to look so different. So I think the kids will be expected to produce some things, but the real focus is on keeping your reading level either where it is, increasing it, because that's really at the end of the day what's going to make you a better writer.
Well, then how are we going to make sure that writing doesn't fall behind as we're trying to continue to catch up reading for certain students?
Well, one of the things that they do is they have their writing task that we collect data on at elementary. Okay. And so our campuses will be able to tell, are my writing performance tasks coming in at a different level than what they have in the past? And if they are, what is that, and what are we going to do for the next school year in terms of working with students if they struggle? So I feel good about the data that they collect with the writing tasks throughout the year to stay on top of that. Okay. I'm looking at Ms. Gall, and she's giving me a thumbs up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all. Thanks.
My questions are a little bit more about timing.
Sure.
So if I am a student who is behind in both math and reading, which I don't think is going to be uncommon,
Sure.
Are those going to be concurrent, or are they going to be consecutive sessions? I mean, what does that look like?
So the campuses definitely are planning more for those to be consecutive.
Okay.
They may have some sessions where they have a reading and a math in the morning and a reading and math in the afternoon. Some students may flip-flop, and some students may get to go home, the other half that they don't need.
Okay.
But yeah, because some of the students definitely overlap. That is a duplicative count of
Right.
need that you have. Yeah.
I figured that. I am going to ask, I know that we had some grants that we were not able to use last year because of COVID. So those rolled over, and that I did notice, because I did have a question, but I saw it was very light written that SOAR will still continue for
Yes.
our.
Yep. Absolutely.
Very happy about that.
Yeah, we're excited about it.
But I was going to ask that about NISA.
Mhm.
Was that not a grant?
It was Title III funded in the previous year too. We
okay.
just didn't have it last year.
Because
Yeah, but
it's an amazing program. I had the opportunity to see it. I guess, is that 2 years ago now? Wow.
yeah.
2 years ago, and it was
Cheryl Hawley Barron works with Ms. Gall
Yeah.
to organize that. She does a great job.
amazing. So I'm very happy to see that. My other question then is kind of on the lines of timing for secondary. For those that are those that are having to go to summer school for credit recovery, and then they're also being identified by their campuses as needing help. Summer school will be here. I mean, I'm looking to see if we're having year-round school, I guess.
Yeah,
is
we're
my
not going to try to
question.
get those students to come to the campus-based
Okay.
program too. We're going to focus first and foremost on what they need for summer school and getting them to get through their credit recovery, and that'll be our emphasis there.
So those are separate students.
They are
Those are not
separate.
students that will be needing to go for credit recovery that have been identified for the secondary.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a whole other set.
Yep.
All right. This is a heavy lift. I want to say that. I know that this is a really heavy lift, and I really appreciate, I know, it's just a few slides here, but I know the work that went into making this, and just from me, I really appreciate it, because this year, more than any other, I think that we have an opportunity to at least strike while the iron is hot to close some of the gap that pandemic has created. So
Thank you.
I really appreciate the work.
I know that means a lot to the people in the room.
Okay, Ms. Cox?
Yes, so to piggyback off of Ms. Prosnick's thank yous, I just want to start off by saying that too. I'm very appreciative of the program that you've put in place, the hard work of not only just your staff, but the principals, the teachers that are identifying these students and really helping them get ready for a good start to a good year in August. So thank you and kudos to people in this room.
They're doing a great job.
My questions are, one is kind of the elephant in the room that's been talked about is teachers.
Yeah.
They're a little bit on burnout. So
Yeah.
how are we getting teachers to sign up for the programs to teach, because
Yeah.
I think everyone needs a vacation and just some good time off.
I know.
Yeah.
And Dr. Rogers moved his microphone up.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's probably the biggest lift we have, to be honest with you. And other than blackmail,
Gene days forever.
yeah, we have increased their hourly rate by like $10 an hour to sweeten the pot. And of course, the principals that have sent in their, different proposals, they've had to work their timelines with that in mind, and they have. So but even before ESSER 3 funds, we knew that we would have to increase the amount of money that we pay, particularly for this summer.
Yeah.
And that's what we've done.
You might have to take the treat card around as well.
Yeah.
Just saying.
The trolley.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get ready, Ms. Brown.
Resurrected. Yes.
My next question is, what is the percentage of the students that we're identifying that are actually signing up? Do you know that?
Well, one of the things all the campuses are waiting on is this conversation tonight. So one of our first to-dos tomorrow is going to be to start emailing them and saying, this is what your budget's going to be that you're approved for. They're working, the elementary are already working on getting confirmations from students, but I know the secondary schools are still waiting to hear. The conversation about the teacher pay has been very recent, so hopefully that'll help the campuses that are struggling to identify some teachers. That'll help to recruit some more teachers. So we should be able to follow up with you. That's a long answer to let you know what percentage of students do they confirm that are going to come of the numbers we've given you tonight.
Okay. And my last question is going to be in regards to the programs that the middle and high school are getting to set for the students that are identified. What does that curriculum look like? Because, we have virtual students and we have in-person students, and, they're behind in different areas. So what does that look like for the principals that are getting to decide, what they're going to be doing on their campus?
Yeah, I know Ms. Seeley and Ms. Deering and Mr. Hood are working on ideas for the campuses in terms of what they can do with reading and math. Some of the high school proposals obviously extend beyond reading and math as well. One of the things about the Jump Start is some of what they're wanting to do, even if I'm if I'm a ninth grade principal, I might be working on organization, study skills, things of that nature. So we're building into the budgets for the secondary campuses a couple of days of planning for the teachers so they can have time to study the data on the kids, how does the school year end up, and what are the resources that like I said, they have access to a lot of different curriculum resources already in the curriculum that align to the TEKS and align to what the kids are going to be learning. If they're doing a jump start, they're going to be looking forward to what do they need to be successful the next school year. If they're doing I want to fill the gaps from what you learned this year approach, then they're going to be using materials that line up with that. So they'll be using district resources, but all in a little bit different way.
Okay, and then one more just to make sure I think I read this right. But
Sure.
Transportation will be provided to students for some of these opportunities. Is that correct?
The campuses that felt like their students needed transportation, that will be part of their budget, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So my question for elementary, like how long is something like this going to last?
It's about 15 days.
15 days, okay. And it's a full day thing, or kind of like you said, maybe reading in the morning, math in the afternoon, or something like that?
The elementary day, Ms. Gall, how long's that day for them? 4 hours?
Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. And it's the same way where you can do it after the end of school or at the beginning, or right, like the jump start?
They're still able to choose their time frames.
Okay.
The majority of, I would say, elementary schools we've looked at are choosing right after school's out,
Okay.
whereas I'm seeing more the trend at secondary. It's a little bit more mixed between when school's out versus right before school starts. And
Okay.
it's to the point of teachers need a break, kids need a break, and that helped.
Okay.
That
I
helped
am
sell it.
glad that y'all are offering the campuses this flexibility, but I think as we, probably as board members, get questions about what's going on, it's helpful for us to understand
Sure.
What is happening there. And so the other thing I was going to ask is, I would guess that most of the time, the campus is going to identify the kids that need this. But if there is a parent who is like, man, I just really feel like my kid could use some more help this summer, for whatever reason, is that something that they can, ask for? Or, like, how are you going to treat that?
Well, there's never any shortage of resources if a parent would like additional ideas on how to work with their child this summer. Mm-hmm. May or may not be the most popular of parents when they ask that question, right? But, definitely I think campuses can connect them with things that they could do with their child, absolutely.
Okay, like if they aren't identified, pre-identified.
Absolutely.
Okay.
They can help provide some information regarding that. And I think I see Michelle Jacobson's behind the pole, but one of the things that her team was working on as well is ways just to be able to use the digital resources that we have for any parent to be able to access to continue learning this summer.
That'll be good. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Mr. Miller? Nothing? Nobody else has any other things? Okay, I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
One, I wanted to make sure, are these going to be only offered to students who are registered on the last day of school this year, or students that have registered, like upcoming kindergartners, for next year that maybe were not in our school this year?
So it can be incoming kinders for the early childhood program.
Okay. And
So-
how are we going to get that message out?
Well, that's really been a message that's existed even before this
Okay,
summer.
right.
We, because of that early childhood program, the qualifier aspect of it, we have to work through the campuses to get that message out. They advertise it in a variety of ways.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. So I wanted to clarify that. And
Great.
then teacher placement, at what point would we know if we're having difficulty placing teachers in these programs?
Well, thanks to ESSER 3, we won't have a difficulty because I'll keep increasing the
Okay.
prize.
Well, you
until we
might not
fill
want to
it.
announce that now, but, okay.
I hated to reveal my hand on that, but
Hey, showed your hand right
Yeah,
there.
you just showed it. And then food, I know that you
I
said
was going to
that.
say, some of the principals are about to sign up to start teaching.
I might sign up. What are you talking about?
The food is still under consideration. Is there
Yes.
any, and I think probably, I don't know if Jeremy, Mr. Turner and Mr. Ray, I'm going to say Ray because I'm not going to butcher his last name because it's too difficult. Is there any leaning toward grants or stuff for food this summer?
No, I believe
there-
Jeremy and Ray, that the summer feed doesn't cover this summer. We may have to, at least the month of June. Is that right? For the campuses that don't qualify. So remember, we have summer feed program at qualifying campuses, have been doing that forever. But because we're doing it at all these campuses, not all of them qualify. And for that part, we're going to have to pick up the ticket.
Okay.
And that's what we're trying to figure out. We met with Ray and Jeremy last Thursday or Friday, and so they're frantically working at what that's
Okay.
going to cost. But we absolutely plan to provide some type of food at these sites. We
Is
just
that a
have-
breakfast and a lunch, or we don't know yet? I mean, because you
it's-
don't want kids to get there hungry and be hungry for a few hours.
Well, here's the short answer to that. It's according to what the time of the program
Got it.
is. It's probably going to be, notice I said probably, but it's probably going to be a snack and a meal.
Okay.
It might be a breakfast and a snack, or it might be a snack
Snack and
and a
a
lunch
lunch.
as they exit.
Okay.
So,
Perfect. Okay, well, that just gives us a little bit more to go on. And just echoing the thank you, I know this isn't a charge that we gave you last summer to have all year to plan, because we didn't really know what was going to happen and how the numbers were going to go and what the plan was going to be until probably later in the year than we really liked. And so to put this together, to have gotten this information from the campuses and thank them for once again, the word of the year, flexibility, in getting this back to us in a timely fashion so that we can plan. But thank you for this information.
You're welcome. We'll look forward to at a different time diving deeper into those programs so y'all can see them. Thank you for your support, and the principals and the chiefs and Ms. Gall and her team and Karen, their team, done a great job. And just one quick note, I probably should have said, if a campus is under construction, they may join up with another campus that's not.
Okay.
We don't want that to prohibit their
Very
students
good.
from participating.
Yeah.
So you may find some campuses have paired up for that reason.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
And back to Dr. Rogers.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sells. So the next item for discussion is the virtual program for next year. And so just real briefly, I want to sort of remind the board, you know, last March through the end of last school year, we were at home learning, totally different model. We knew that wasn't the model we wanted to continue, but that was the best that we could do, short notice, COVID hit. Then this year, of course, we're very pleased that we were able to roll out what we call the COVID response model, you know. And remember, we really had time to work on what the options might be, but we couldn't lock anyone in until 2 weeks before school started, and 50% of our parents opted for virtual. We never intended for the at-home learning or this COVID response model to be the end game for virtual. I mean, that's never been the plan. What we're going to talk about for next year is still not what we believe is the end game. We believe this is a transition, particularly when you see that a large percentage of our parents in our survey are still opting for virtual because health and safety reasons. Well, we certainly believe COVID's going to get behind us at some point. They're just not comfortable, a large percentage of them right now, for that 1,900 parents that have said, hey, we want to be virtual next year. And so all of this is still contingent on what happens down in Austin with, you know, the virtual world and, you know, the legislation that gets passed in the next 3+ weeks. So we want to make sure and emphasize that. And I just want to express our appreciation to the great number of folks that are here tonight. I mean, they have worked diligently. Once again, another responsibility that they volunteered for added to their already extra full plates to help create these ideas. And so just want to express my appreciation for that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr.
All right,
Rapp.
I'm going to go ahead and ask Ms. Gall and the recently graduated Dr. McDaniel to come on up. And I'll go ahead and talk through the overview pieces, and then they'll be up here already for the elementary part. So for this evening, kind of the chunks of information that we're going to go through. First of all, we're going to talk about an update on legislation related to virtual learning. We'll talk about information from TEA on models of virtual learning that they have categorized and put out there. We'll touch on the virtual learning interest form results, and then look at some overarching principles for 21-22, and then really talk through the different virtual learning models proposed for each level, and then at the very end have discussion and questions. So that's kind of the flow for this evening. All right, so there's two bills that we're watching in the legislative session, House Bill 1468 and Senate Bill 27, as you're well aware. And Dr. Biggenhoe's done a great job with representing our school district, representing virtual learning, and of course we're very thankful for his leadership on this issue. I'm not going to go through all this small font because basically it just kind of highlights where things are with 1468, but as Dr. Rogers said, neither of these bills are anywhere near the final stages. So is it going to end up grades 3 or above, or grades K through 12? Is it going to be asynchronous, synchronous, or all of the above? Is it going to be a remote learning program or a virtual school? Is it going to allow other districts to participate? Is it not? I mean, the questions could be batted back and forth on and on, right? So the whole point of just these two slides is to basically say we're watching them. We understand that, as Dr. Rogers said, everything tonight is, even the funding of this is contingent. I mean, if the state does not fund virtual, then we won't have it. The things that we're talking about tonight are only thinking that virtual would be funded in some form or iteration. So that's legislation. We hope that they make some decisions soon. That would be good. All right, so models of virtual learning. So TEA had put out in a webinar recently this graph and or this picture, really not a graph, that sounds like a math person, but basically what they're talking about is that what's available in the current framework that they have allowed waivers for at the school district level. You can have a concurrent model, which is where teachers have students who are learning remotely and on campus in the same class period simultaneously. We would have referred to that this school year as co-seating. But really, as you start to do research on this topic, concurrent is really the word that is getting used for that. Concurrent's been used in higher ed for quite some time. So it's just a newer landscape when it comes to K through 12. Split scheduling is where a teacher's divided up. They've got some remote learners and some on-campus instruction, but they're in different class periods. And then you've got split staffing, where teachers are dedicated to the different models. You've got a virtual program that's not a separate virtual school. It can't have a separate seat. You can't have a separate school number with TEA. And then you've got hybrid models where some learners are coming and going at different parts of the week. Maybe they're there 2 days a week virtual and 3 days a week on campus, something like that. Obviously, what TEA is saying is potential new options, policy dependent, would be the creation of a virtual school with its own school number and all the things that come with that, and then a hybrid school rather as opposed to just hybrid grades or schools. And so that's just kind of the lingo that's out there right now when it comes to all the different ways that you could provide virtual learning. So virtual learning interest forms, ultimately, we knew that given the unique circumstances of launching virtual this year, we had to have something to gauge interest of families going into next year. We just need to get some kind of idea of what are people thinking. So we launched the interest form on March 31st, and families had until April 16th to submit it. If families were not interested in virtual, they did not need to complete a form. We were really only interested in hearing from people who think that they may want to be virtual next year. So we had 1,927 indicate interest in virtual for next school year. That's about 4% of our enrollment. You can see the breakdown there, 718 at elementary, 460 at middle, 749 at high school. Of course, we would expect our kinder and our pre-K to be low. Families are still enrolling and still trying to figure out this thing called school. That is something we expected to happen. But you can see where those other numbers are all relatively in the ballpark of one another with the interest form. When you look at the overall responses of why they're interested in virtual, and they could select multiple options on this question, this is all levels. You can see the very first blue bar is health and the yellow bar is health and safety. We really should have just grouped those into one category, but we feel like sometimes people view COVID-19 things as more safety than health. So we had a health and safety option just to try to catch both buckets. So you can see health and safety as the red bar is the interesting one. That's I just want to have more flexible learning. And that you can see trends upward, of course, as you get up towards 12th grade. I don't think that would surprise any of us that your upperclassmen and those families ultimately would be choosing this for increased flexibility compared to everyone else. Now, we did allow an other option, open-ended. Dr. Fitzhugh loves those. She loves to read through open-ended responses. And so she read through 159 of them in this case, and she found that 78 of them mentioned something medical related, either students high risk, the family's high risk, or there won't be vaccines yet. Students successful in virtual, that trend was about 32. They mentioned things like pacing, greater flexibility. They found virtual less stressful, could focus without distractions, or they just were okay with being more responsible. About 20 that took the other box as an opportunity to say, 3 parents were like, we get to be more involved with our child in this model. So that's why we want to continue. 2 said they would not choose virtual if edgenuity. And 3 about changing every 9 weeks. They would like that ability still because the vaccine availability is changing still, possibly they're predicting and that kind of thing. And then 17 were related to face masks. Some want virtual because they don't want to wear face masks, and some want virtual because if they want people to wear face masks, and if we don't, and the things that go with that. So our overarching principles for next school year. 1, ultimately, and we've said this all along, in-person learning is the most appropriate model for the great majority of students. That wasn't in question going into this school year, and it sure is not in question coming out of this school year. The great majority of students need to be in person for their learning. But as we consider that health and safety are still top of mind for many families, and there are some students thriving in a virtual model, it's important for us to continue to work towards building that long-term approach. Future virtual learning models will require some in-person components. We've talked about this year as well at different times. Students are going to need to come up for assessments. They're going to need to come up and read with us. They may have some other performance tasks they need to do in person. That would be a change from the all virtual, only virtual this school year. Elementary students and parents would be required to commit for a full year. Middle and high school students would be required to commit for a semester. So no changing every 9 weeks. We would want to ensure that campuses still had the ability to move students back to the in-person learning environment if they're proving not to be a good fit for the virtual learning approach. Acceptance into the full-time virtual programming is going to be based on considerations. We're going to take a look at attendance, grades, discipline, readiness and support for learning in a virtual model. That will happen at every level. That we do that with STEM Academy. You have to meet some certain criteria in order to participate in a STEM academy. They do that with Collegiate Academy. So it's important that you meet eligibility requirements so we know that this is a model that makes sense learning-wise. Our virtual learning model will need to be different to meet the unique needs of our students according to the level. So we're not proposing tonight a virtual learning response that looks the same across elementary, middle, and high school. And most importantly, as Dr. Rogers said, this next school year is a transitional year for implementing virtual learning, serving as a bridge between where we've been with COVID and where we think we need to go given health and safety concerns, and moving the needle a little bit towards a long-term virtual solution. Just a reminder, virtual learning is still a very, very early concept at elementary and middle, and it's way too soon to declare anything we would come up with as the answer for virtual learning for these levels. And that approach gives us time to continue to study what works best for students. So what we're going to talk through tonight across all 3 levels, and the big asterisk on options, models, of course, are depending on final legislation, is elementary, a full-time online virtual program, K-5, by creating an elementary virtual learning academy. In middle school, a full-time online virtual program embedded in each middle school campus through a concurrent approach. At high school, a full-time and part-time online virtual program through expanding course options underneath VLA. And again, this is just an emphasis on this is not a one-size-fits-all model. Listening to the feedback of our principals, our teachers, and our staff who've been engaged in this work this year, as well as the feedback we got from parents when we first launched, what worked, what didn't work, what do they hope to see us improve upon. So with all that said, I am going to turn it over to Ms. Gall and Dr. McDaniel.
All right. Thank you all very much. Dr. McDaniel and I have put a lot of work and energy with the concerted effort of many, many people in this room, as well as those who were able to work with us on a virtual visioning committee. So just to share a little bit about that with you, it was created just because at the elementary level it's so different when you're considering these primary learners. So due to the infancy and just the unique nature of the creation of virtual for elementary students, we wanted to have philosophical discussions with a team of teachers, district leaders, and campus leaders who came from a variety of backgrounds and grade levels that also had experience with us along this journey this year. We used feedback that was solicited from campus and district staff. We looked at data from the virtual teachers and how things have been going. We developed a mission statement and drafted that. We also considered the potential virtual models and just looked at all the improvements and suggestions from all of our stakeholders. There we go. So one of the things that was highly discussed was the developmental appropriateness, and I thought you might want to know the outcome of that. There was strong agreement amongst all that pre-K virtual is just not the most appropriate setting for our youngest learners, our 4-year-olds. There was also strong agreement that all students who are learning their foundational literacy skills would benefit most from being in person. And so that was not necessarily a highly recommended area. However, we all agreed that 3rd through 5th grade would be the most appropriate if needing to select elementary ages of students. We did all agree, though, that if the legislation does continue to include grades K through 2, we wanted to still provide a solid education just as we've been doing this year, so as not to lose or decrease any of our enrollment for those families who might want that as an option next year. We've learned a lot this year, and we will continue to learn a lot more, I'm sure. But some of the main points that came out of the committee, as well as just our experience in doing this year, was that the parents, the learning coaches, whomever is working in that role, is a critical part of the success of the students. I'm sure you all are very aware of that. The more involved there is a learning coach, then the more successful the student is, especially in the primary ages where students are still learning to read. Having a full-time virtual staff is going to be very important to the success. That includes specials teachers, art, music, PE, SDI, special education teachers, language acquisition support, and GT in order to continue the growth of the unique needs of our students. We want students to be able to come to campus for selected assessments and possibly other areas and activities as well. So we wanted to include that here because it was an important piece that came out of the committee. Bringing teachers together is critical as we move this forward. They need to be able to plan together, develop curriculum together, and do some things independently on their own without having everything be turnkey hand-delivered. So we want them to have the independence to do all those things, and we need them to work together. And then just the fact that there's still a level of interest. For as much as there are parents who are concerned and want their kids back in and don't love the virtual world, we get high compliments and feedback from several families that do enjoy this approach. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. McDaniel, but I just wanted to share with you quickly the mission statement that was developed by the committee, that virtual learning provides students with connected and collaborative learning experiences that support the whole child to foster future readiness and academic success.
All right, thank you all. So really getting into the program is going to look a little bit different. Last year, the parents put in their desire to do virtual within the 2 weeks before school started, and we had over 9,000 students. And it was a great experience finding room for 9,000 students with 2 weeks left. So this year we're going about it more like the STEM academies, the Spanish immersion programs. There's an application process. And our goal is to get the application out in May, in the next few days, and have it closed by the last day of school. And that is an application for the 2021-2022 school year. It is a one-year commitment because we want it to look more like an academy. So the pathway, they were able to come in and out because it was a pathway. But then this, we're kind of rebranding it as an academy and as really a commitment to the virtual idea. So approval emails will be sent to those selected families by early July 2021. At that time, the parents can accept placement and sign our MOU, which has all of the memorandum of understanding steps for attending virtual. Similar to our other academies we have at the elementary level, most academies have 3 levels of considerations that students need to meet, but there's one very special one for virtual. Like Ms. Gall said, having that learning coach at home to support the student is really vital to the virtual student's success. So that's one of the main considerations to really being successful in the virtual academy. And then the other 3 are ongoing academic growth, no significant behavior offenses, and consistent attendance and engagement. So not just coming to one lesson, but really being engaged in the virtual program throughout the academic day. So what it looks like is going to be very different. This year we had virtual teachers across all 40 elementary campuses. And like Adrian said, there were certain teachers who are now only one of 2 or 3 virtual teachers on their campus. They don't really have that team outside of a WebEx group, which has been great, but it's just very different for teachers to work collaboratively just through WebEx messaging. So we want to have a hub system where we're able to kind of clump the virtual teachers together so they have partners who are working on the same thing they are right next door. Now, because we are working off of predictions, we kind of have a 3-step approach. So we have a small scale, which would encompass about 15 to 20 classroom teachers, and ideally that would be on one virtual hub campus in the district. Right now, we are solidly in the medium scale for those who put their intention in for virtual. We had 712 students say they wanted virtual, but when we equalize kinder and first grade, we're close to about 800 students at elementary. So that puts us right in the medium scale with 20 to 50 virtual teachers. Right now we're hiring about 33, so that puts us across 3 virtual campuses, one in the East Zone, one in the Central Zone, and one in the West Zone, with the idea that we have about 2 teachers for each grade level at each hub school, but then we're also able to bring them all together to work together. Now, if we ended up in a large scale with over 1,200 students, which we're ending the year with over 4,000, so we're planning ahead just in case, we could have over 50 virtual teachers, and then we would have a hub school for each of the feeder zones. We'd have at least 5. The reason the medium and large scale say at least is because we've been working on finding hub schools, but as you would probably guess, it's hard to find 12 to 15 empty rooms in a full elementary school. So if we can't find enough for each of the different hubs, then we would have to split K2 in one and 3-5 in the other if K2 was accepted as the grade levels. So we learned a lot this year, and there are things that we want to continue because it was successful. The first thing was teachers offering 100 to 150 minutes of synchronous instruction, so that's that face-to-face instruction over WebEx. We actually started with a lower number, but after we talked to parents, they requested more, so we increased it, and we found a really good fit with 100 to 150 minutes. And that synchronous time includes a morning meeting every day where students are able to work through social emotional lessons. They're able to get a good feel for the day. They kind of set the schedule for the day. And as we've talked to teachers, this has really been a great relationship building time that's built into every single day. We haven't had a single teacher who's tried to drop this morning meeting because it's so vital to their classroom success. And then also we want to continue having asynchronous instruction through a learning management system or an LMS. Right now we're using Edgenuity, but we haven't decided on which LMS we'll use next year, but we know for sure that we will need an LMS to be successful. And then a couple of things we learned from this year we want to change. We want to have specials teachers, the art, music, and PE, specially designed instruction or SDI SPED staff, a language acquisition specialist, and a counselor that's devoted just to virtual. Right now, because they're on campuses, all of these support staff are split in person and virtual, but we really want them to just focus on our virtual students because it's a different mindset and it's a different approach. So we want them to be able to create synchronous and asynchronous supports for our students to continue that growth. And then having that ability to come on campus for selected assessments. This wouldn't be, every assessment. They're not coming up for their spelling test. But large assessments where we really need that good data, we wanted to have that opportunity to have students come on campus for things like that. So our next steps for the Elementary Virtual Learning Academy is first to determine our LMS. Like I said, that's the discussion we've been having. And we want to be a good steward of our resources. So we really want to see all of our options so we can make a really informed decision. Our curriculum department has done an incredible job of creating the curriculum for our teachers this year. So we have a huge stash of all of this asynchronous and synchronous instruction that we want to continue to build on so our students are continuing to be successful and our teachers really have the ownership over what they're teaching. Like I said, we're looking at the hub campuses. We're continuing to work with principals and the chiefs to find really good fits for those hub campuses around the district. And then we are also in the middle of staffing for the Virtual Learning Academy, and we are really excited to see where it goes from here.
All right, so that's elementary.
Yeah, go ahead and invite the,
Okay, yes, I'm going to
While
ask
the-
for middle school to transition, so Miss Lewis and friends.
while the next crew's coming up, I did want to mention a couple things. One of the good things about what they're doing as far as teachers is the teachers are having to apply to be virtual teachers. So it's very different than us volunteering people. And so, of course, Lindsay, I mean, she knows those folks, and so that's going to make a big difference. And then I do want to also make it clear, we're going to do another survey of parents. We've got to land on what the programs look like to then let parents know, because we're then, after we inform them what it looks like, we're going to expect for them to lock in. And so a little different. So the survey we did end of March into mid-April was sort of our preliminary, and then we're going to give them all the details of the programs and say, hey, make a commitment. And so the numbers may go up, the numbers may go down, but anyway, that's our plan. So now we've got the middle school gurus.
All right. Okay, so I'll take the first couple of slides, and then they're going to take it from there. Our student interest, as we said, was about 460 students at middle school level. This was obviously, as you can tell, our lowest level of interest based on the forms. And I don't think that as we've all continued to talk about this, that's really that surprising, and that middle school really lives in that space of kids are trying to figure themselves out and who they want to be. So it's lines up with that there's not overwhelming numbers there either. But 459 of those students are participating in virtual this year. And one of the questions we asked was, if performing arts were only available in person, would you still be interested in virtual? And 322 said they still would be. Now, what those people would do that say, I'm no longer interested in virtual, would they come in person or do something different? We didn't ask that question at this time there, but that gives you some sense about that. And then this is just the middle school numbers blown up for you on the reasons for choosing virtual. Again, overwhelming that health and safety is the concern. So that impacts our thinking here as well, because not being for sure once the health landscape changes, would more of these students come back and even fewer students be interested in virtual. And I think that's it. Y'all are up, right?
So, like everyone said, we have learned quite a bit this past year, and we've learned that parents really want, even virtual, for their students to have a middle school experience. They want their students to have a fixed schedule. They want more teacher-student interaction, and they want that social-emotional support. Students really need that organization, monitoring, and structure, and our fine arts teachers have really been spread thin because they've maintained full in-person schedules as well as the time they've spent supporting our virtual learners.
Okay, it was probably just user error. We also realized that, despite the virtual learning, our athletic teams were actually still pretty competitive, and we were really proud of the kids for that. And then we did have some struggles, though, with special education. Our special education staff they're very overwhelmed. They are working extremely hard to support both our in-person students and our virtual students at the exact same time. And a lot of our kids are pretty high needs. And so when they're working from home virtually, being able to make sure that we're fulfilling all of those needs and meeting all of those students where they are and rising them up to where they should be, it's been quite a difficult challenge. In addition to that, just the paperwork and everything that they have to complete. And then also we believe that our virtual teachers, they feel that extra training is needed for the ESL families. We also feel like we need some accountability for students on WebEx meetings. We're seeing quite a bit of situations where students are just ghosting us, for lack of a better term. They're not completing their work. Then teachers they have a high number of preps. We have teachers doing both virtual and in person, but they're also teaching For example, I have a teacher who is doing Texas history in person, Texas history virtual, Texas history pre-AP in person, Texas history pre-AP virtual as well, not to mention my poor Spanish teachers who are doing every single level of Spanish that we offer, both virtual and in person. And then just in addition to that, we are highly concerned about attendance tracking. It's been quite a challenge this year, and we are still trying to navigate those conversations with parents on what do you mean my child was counted absent 42 times? But it's because the way that TEA has it set up where a student can be counted present throughout a 24-hour period, and our teachers are not at school 24 hours with the kids, or are not online 24 hours trying to track that attendance. And there's multiple different ways a child can be counted present. So while we're super excited to try to find a way for a kid to be counted present, it's extremely challenging for the teachers and taking up a lot of their time to do those things rather than do the important things such as teach.
So, my eyesight, I turned 50 and I have a hard time seeing. So, we are at middle school, based on the recommendations and from all the different stakeholders, we've really decided that middle school will focus their learning in a concurrent, which is what we're doing now, is called co-seating, but TEA is labeling that as the concurrent model for next year. And what this is going to look like is their current teachers at their home campus will be teaching. It will not be teachers across the district working. Principals really felt like that they wanted to work with their own kids, and just we know that with the concurrent model for next year, they will not be moving back and forth every 9 weeks. That's something we've really felt that was important, that we limit that. It's not going to be like elementary to where it's a year-long commitment, but it will be a semester commitment. So for 18 weeks, that will be expected. We're doing this because we do have the ability, if kids are not being successful, to move them back to in-person. Of course, that is going to depend on what the legislature decides and what they put in place. It does limit the disruption to staffing. We really thought about, because when you think about the number of students, where do you pull those staff? Because they're coming 20 from this campus, 30 from this campus, and it really would have been a disruption to middle school staffing as well. And it gives more time. This model will give us more time to really study what is the best fit for middle school, as we really don't know yet if an academy or if this is going to prove the most effective. So we really would like more time before we totally transition to something different. What is this going to look like for students? What we're talking about with our principals is that they're really going to work and identify teachers that are really good at working in this type of model. And when I looked at surveys from virtual teachers, some really enjoyed, of course, the virtual learning, and some didn't because they were forced in it. What I've also found, though, is as we've been quarantining and teachers are working and having to co-seat now, there are teachers that are good at it, and principals have identified those staff. So that's, an area that we'll try to really work with their schedules to cluster kids to minimize the number of teachers actually having to do it. Students, same as elementary, they will need to apply to be a part of the virtual learning program and meet specific guidelines. If they were not successful this year, if they did not prove to attend, that will be something that really will be looked at heavily by the campus before they are approved for that. Sixth grade performing arts, this is a little bit different than 7th and 8th grade. Sixth grade is the year that students really, when you're looking at performance arts and especially instruments, are really learning the skills and getting the confidence to learn how to play an instrument, whether that be orchestra or band. And so we felt like it was still, because they're not tied to UIL in sixth grade, that this was a time to where if they were at home, we could allow them, because directors can work with small groups in those classes, and so it would still prove to be a workable situation for directors in sixth grade. 7th and 8th grade is going to look different. because of UIL participation and that commitment to participating in activities and the performance piece of a large group working together. So performing arts as well as athletics will be required to attend full in-person at 7th and 8th grade.
So the different courses that we're proposing to offer would be all the core classes that we offer now, language, the Spanish classes. The electives are based per campus, so if a campus doesn't offer an elective, it would not be offered to the student virtually. Right now, currently what we do is teachers from other campuses pick up those students to teach them virtually, and so we would offer that next year. The classes that would not be offered and where the student has to be in person is exactly what Ms. Lewis said, would be our 7th and 8th grade UIL-related programs such as performing arts and athletics.
And I'm just going to add with electives, we have to, if you think about a robotics class and getting robots at home and things like that, that would be very difficult to teach virtually at this point. It doesn't mean that we couldn't transition to that at some point, but that's a class that we've really debated on that being offered virtually for next year.
All right, so that helps explain kind of where we're headed with the middle school model. So we'll go ahead and tackle the high school model, and then we'll be done and ready for questions. So I'm going to ask friends to come on up for high school.
Friends.
Friends. Thank you all so much. While they're coming up, I'll go ahead and hit the overview slides here again. Numbers that we've already seen just indicates around that 749 mark, students that were interested in high school. 732 of those are students participating in virtual this year. And so in this case, respondents had the opportunity to tell us, well, would you still participate would you still be interested if performing arts were only available in person? If that's the case, then 639 are still interested in virtual. And then if the courses were limited, if we didn't offer everything we've been able to offer this year, then 652 would still be interested in virtual at that point, even with a narrowed down course catalog. And of course, again, this just blows up this graph for you a little bit bigger at the high school levels. Majority reason still health and safety, with that red bar of flexibility being increasing at the upper grades. And so what we learned this year, I'm going to turn this one over to our principals.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Okay, I've been sitting back there a long time. I just didn't know what it sounded like on that end. So I'll go ahead and start with a couple bullet points. First of all, we noticed that over the course of the school year, our numbers for virtual plus increased steadily. And as we talked to our students and met with parents, that was a direct result in many cases because of the quarantine. They didn't want to lose their ability to participate in their activities, or at least fine arts or athletics. And then another concern that we have is just in general with students at the high school level coming and going all day long. And we have them in and out, sometimes driving to and from school twice a day, not counting what they're doing before school or after school. And aside from just keeping track of all the kids, which is a logistical challenge, it's also it's a safety concern. Students driving that much, and just we would like at some point to work our way back to having a more predictable and stable schedule for them, so that we can keep tabs with the kids a little bit better.
Okay. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to talk into it. Thank you guys for hearing us tonight. I know it's been a lengthy meeting, and we appreciate your time very much. So I think, there are a lot of takeaways. I just have one bullet before I pass it to Mr. Baxter. But one of the big things is that we noticed that students weren't necessarily using their time for an academic purpose at home. Of course. I'm not sure I would have if I was 14. I was definitely the in-person student experience kind of kid, and I actually think that benefited me for many years to come. But I think, we were seeing kids maybe taking jobs, helping out their families, helping take care of siblings. And so there are a lot of things that play in the home that we don't always see on the surface level, but they did take
time away from school. And when they're in the classroom, we can control those things better. And I know, I have the pleasure of working with ninth graders, my love, joy, and stress sometimes. And kids benefit from structure, and they benefit from the classroom experience. And so that was definitely a takeaway for us.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone, and it's good to be here with you all tonight. The next bullet just emphasizes the majority of students need more of an in-person portion of their day to help with staying focused on schoolwork, accountability, and maintaining a connection to school. I think a factor that really every American has dealt with during the pandemic is just that sense of isolation and not being connected. And we find that especially true with our students as well, and just needing that time, some in-person time, so that we can really keep them on track with their grades, attendance, and especially that just connection to the school that we have all had a sense of loss in this year, and a challenge to keep them connected. The last bullet, just Virtual Plus, was a more popular option than virtual this year. We found in talking to my staff especially that the Virtual Plus just provided more flexibility and more opportunity for them. It did provide students a chance, again alluded to earlier, to avoid quarantine situations more than a straight virtual setting. And so the Virtual Plus, again, was a more popular option than virtual this year.
All right, so in terms of our recommendation at high school, ultimately what we're proposing is expanding virtual course offerings within VLA. So we would allow a student to be a full-time online or part-time online student where they can complete their graduation requirements. A student remains at a home camp. They remain as a home campus student during taking their courses through VLA. So they would still belong to their home campus. They would still be a Marcus Marauder, Colony Cougar, taking their courses through Virtual Learning Academy. The online VLA course catalog would be expanded but narrowed from all of the courses, and Dr. Bigenho will talk about that in just a minute. Courses would be created in-house leveraging Apex content. We do want to get to a place where our courses are our district curriculum, created by our teachers, just like we do for the in-person school. It just takes a little bit longer to get there because of all the course creation content that you have to have. Edgenuity is not really a sustainable approach over time. Given what we've experienced this school year, it did allow for fast expansion this year in the COVID response model, but it's not something we would keep at the secondary level moving forward. Again, as you heard at elementary, they're still reviewing what the learning management system should be there. Additionally, many courses were made available virtually after the first 9 weeks, and that was because when kids were able to change their schedule each 9 weeks, we tried to not have an overhaul of their schedule. So many teachers had to offer their course virtual when we didn't at first anticipate it was going to be a virtual offering in order to continue to meet the needs of kids, and that was tough. This full-time, part-time option allows students the flexibility that they had pre-pandemic as well. So it goes back a little bit to what we had in the pre-pandemic model. It would allow students to participate in CTE courses at the career centers. And we would have some considerations for seniors who want to be full-time online but might be negatively impacted by a limited course catalog. A full-time online or part-time online would be a maximum of 2 out of 4 courses is what it would be part-time. I don't know where our wording went. We worked on that earlier. I don't know what happened to that. But either way, I'm just re-looking at these bullets as I'm talking to you, realizing that's not there. So part-time online would be up to a maximum of 2 courses. And then full-time online would be 4 out of 4. All right, principals, y'all, sir.
Our rationale in looking at the full-time, part-time model, first, safety and security of the campus, just limiting the amount of students that are hanging around. One of the factors in this new model that we're talking about this evening, we will have far less students coming and going throughout the school day than with the current Virtual Plus. So just our ability to manage that flow is going to provide for an easier time in terms of building safety and security
at all times. And then also having students on campus for 2 periods helps with keeping track of students' attendance and monitoring their grades. Going back a little bit to what I alluded to earlier, just the ability to really keep track of how the students are doing, keep track of remediation efforts that we need to implement with students, as well as their attendance will be much easier.
Well, I just keep coming back to the student experience cornerstone and those 3 bullets underneath it, because they're pretty significant, I think, to the educational experience that our kids have the opportunity to experience here. I think it's one of the things that makes LAC so great, are all of those opportunities. And I think to fully embrace all 3 of those bullets, I will not read them aloud for this group because I think you know where to find them and you're well versed in them. But I think to really embrace that, the in-person part, there's a hard time substituting that for anything else. And so that really touches on the 2 things that we're talking about. And we did see some high school students, balance, I think, virtual and in-person beautifully. We saw some kids excel, I think, in virtual spaces. But I'm not sure if some of the struggles are going to show up until this next year, even for some of our high academic achievers. And so, I think there's no substitute for being in a classroom, being challenged by a teacher, being challenged by other students, and having that academic discourse. It's hard to substitute that virtually, and that's where we fell.
And the final 2 bullets I'll cover. Mrs. Casal said something that got my attention. We can all definitely relate to being ghosted, from our students, and that's one of the reasons that we like the in-person version, having them there for at least 2 classes every day. That's 2 teachers that we can use to put eyes on that student every single day. Gives us 2 classes within which we can pull kids out for interventions or pull them into the counselor's office or the assistant principal's office and call parents and really get with them and get around them to put interventions in place before it's too late. And so, the final bullet point has to do with just, that we can't replicate our whole course catalog virtually. We know that, but also by having an option of 1 or 2 VLA classes partnered with 2 in-person classes, and that allows us to solidify things more quickly from a master schedule standpoint, which I think goes back to the whole comeback plan next year with being able to tell teachers and communicate with teachers earlier, this is what you'll be teaching, and that way they're preparing as soon as possible so that they can hit the ground running with the kids when we do see the kids again in the fall, for those that we don't see this summer. That's it.
Dr. Biggenhill is going to talk about our expanded VLA course catalog.
So what you see before you is a list of a lot of classes. Now, know that right now we have about 30 courses already created. So VLA has 30 courses that cover the majority of the subject areas: math, the English, social studies, LOT, and we have some electives. What is missing in that whole group is science. So science is going to be one of the areas that we're going to have to build out virtually every course that's there. Now, the list that you see, some of those have honors after them. We don't have honors levels classes currently. And so that's another thing that we're going to need to do. So working with Karen Seeley and Dr. Thornell, we identified some courses that we can easily make into honors. Easily is a relative term. Karen Seeley, working with her team, has come up with a framework that we're going to be able to leverage to do that with. And the beauty of this is it's going to allow us to create then an honors program that is going to match what the rest of the campuses are going to be doing as well. So we're going to be kind of on the front end of that as well. So as we do that and implement that, we'll be implementing that in the same way as much as we can as the campuses will be within that framework. So looking at that, we have to be careful. We won't be making these a course and a half. What we need to turn off in order to put in the deeper activities that they need to do, the deeper thinking, the collaboration that we're looking for in those places as well, the reflection. Working with Jason Cooper, we were looking for additional elective courses. That was a place that we were also short. And so we have just a handful of electives. And you can see the ones that we have accounting, and we have the Art 1, the personal fitness, and the personal financial literacy, and the ProfCom. Those others don't exist yet in that category, but we do have, we'll have access to Apex for some of that to be able to build those out pretty quickly. The CTE is going to be the challenge for us, I think, overall. But what I understand is that they have a lot of materials already that, in their department to help build those courses out. So working with Jason, he identified some courses that would fit well within the programs they have, not to take away from the programs that they have on campus. So what we're trying to do is to make sure that students who need to come into CTE to do their classes are doing that. They're coming into the career centers, and we believe fully that needs to happen. So we're trying to make sure that whatever we do is going to support students getting the basics that they can then use to take back into those campuses. So there's going to be a lot of work that's going to need to be done. How it's all going to happen, I mean, we really need to start like yesterday. That would be great. But part of this also is going to depend on what legislation says, because depending on what comes out of legislation will determine some of the shape that these courses will take and whether we need to run them through additional checks or not. So there are pieces that we can start on now, and in fact, we've started working with the honors, because that's something we can actually do right now. And so since we have a framework in place, we've actually already started some of those conversations in getting that started.
All right, so then one last recommendation related to the high school realm for next school year would be requiring students to participate in person for all UIL activities, all performing arts, level 2, 3, 4 visual arts, and athletics. We would not have any virtual offerings in VLA in these areas, and you saw that reflected in that course catalog that Chris just showed you. Ultimately, I know Ms. Drinkwater, who's back there, has worked diligently this year to get a lot of feedback from all of our performing arts areas about what their experiences have been. And I just remember her saying, how is it that you can have a student in band but never actually see them in person? How does that work, and how are they participating in those UIL related activities? So that is the stance that we're taking on our recommendation regarding the performing arts and athletics. So in summary, as we bring all three of these models together, you heard that in elementary, what we're proposing is a full-time online virtual program, K through 5. Again, that would be legislation dependent, by creating an elementary virtual learning academy. Middle school, full-time online virtual program would be embedded in every middle school through a concurrent approach. And hopefully now that we've explained that concurrent approach hopefully makes sense about what the middle school program would look like. And then high school would be, you can be full-time online or part-time online and take courses through VLA. Again, this differentiated model is based on the feedback of our stakeholders and the needs that you've heard tonight. So we've designed each model based on what we've learned from this school year, what we think a next best step should be for this transition year, and give us more time to continue to figure things out. We've got a few next steps that we need to take for all levels. One would be to launch the application form. You've heard all of us talk about it every level. Students would need to indicate their interest through an application. We would close that form prior to May 21st so that the campuses could go through those application forms, identify if students meet the eligibility requirements, and get ready then to notify eligible students and revise master schedules and course selections. So there's a lot of work to be done there. We would continue to work on identifying teachers who will be teaching in these virtual programs, and then provide training for those teachers and develop the training for parents that are choosing for their students to be a part of this model, develop the curriculum, and number 7, try to still allow people the ability to have a summer break. I didn't quite know if that one would make the cut in the final presentation.
It barely did.
Glad that it did. There's a lot of work to be done for all of these levels, as you can tell. I'll turn it over to Dr. Rogers before we have questions.
So, Ms. Sells' board, we're going to circle back and start with the elementary folks first. So since that was the first presentation, and go to questions from the board. Thank y'all.
Okay, so questions now?
Questions for elementary.
And I think we're starting with Ms. Hassett this time. And let's ask a couple. I know that some of you may have a multitude. And so let's ask a couple, and then we'll go around the room, and then if your questions aren't answered, we'll come back to you.
Okay. Thank you for all the presentation and all of the work. Y'all are rock stars, truly you are. My first one really is for like the acceptance application process. What if a student doesn't quite meet the eligibility requirements, but they still want to participate in virtual? In particular, I'm really more asking about the academics. What about they're not as strong academically as you really would want them to be, but they still want to participate in virtual?
Mm-hmm. Y'all want to give your thoughts first?
Well, I do. Testing. I do think that Lindsay and I have talked a great deal about getting input from the campuses, because we can look at report cards. We do this in STEM, we do this in dual. We have a procedure. But we do want to make sure that the campuses can give input on those who apply from their campus that they've had experience with this year, especially if they've already been in virtual. And if that experience was not successful and it's hindering their academic progress, we want to make sure that we have some sort of conversation with the parent if they're persistent. But in general, they wouldn't qualify if they were already put back in person because they failed to participate or this wasn't the best fit for them.
I totally understand and appreciate. If they can't, if they haven't performed in virtual, we wouldn't want them to still. But it's also, this is a great time for students to fail and learn how to fail properly at the lower levels and learn. So I wouldn't want us to just tell them they can't. I mean, because you learn through failure too, right?
You do, and I will say any students who were asked to return in person were done so after great efforts by the campus. So I would say they've had chance after chance to try different methodologies and try different approaches. So I feel pretty confident that those that were asked to return were done so in a manner that was definitely covering all different ways in which to serve them before that happened.
Great.
Yeah, and for the most part, the ones that were not academically successful usually didn't meet the attendance criteria either. It's because they weren't engaging, and that's really the reason they weren't being successful, which is unique to virtual and not just not being academically successful.
That's true. Great point. Second question for now. Actually, that's a middle school question. I lied. I think, okay. That's all the elementary questions.
I appreciate the work. My question is more about staffing, because I want to be good with our money. And so your medium scale is 400 to 1,200. That's a really broad number to me, to call that the medium. So for our traditional elementary schools, how many, if I remember correct, it's about 450 students for you to get the extra special. Am I correct?
It's about 460.
460.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. So, but we do that extra special for virtual?
Oh, to get the extra special.
Right.
The fourth one, that's
Yeah.
like 540.
Right. Okay.
That's
so
540.
that's my question. So is that the number that it would take for this, or is this a different staffing model?
It's a little bit different. This year we have 4 specials that are completely asynchronous. Next year we are going down to just 3 with synchronous and asynchronous options. The scheduling's a little bit different because there's not the same transition periods, there's not the arrival and dismissal. So because of that, we think the just basic art, music, and PE will be sufficient across the entire campus.
So there will not be the extra special, no, even if you get to like.
I think if anything, we'd have to consider an addition of, say, a second PE teacher or something like that to meet the synchronous time, but we'll have to schedule it strategically so that they have a combination of asynchronous and synchronous time to where those teachers can still do the job well.
And my next question may not have an answer, but what will this cost?
Yeah, first off, on the staffing part, Ms. Prosnick, and it's a great question, is those aren't new positions.
Right.
Those are positions that we're moving off of existing elementary schools because we were going to remove positions due to a reduction in enrollment even for next year's projections. So we're working on the cost, but I think the cost is a whole lot less than not being able to serve 750-something students, which is sort of the way we've looked at it. It'll certainly decrease if it becomes, grades 3 through 5 instead of K-5. We certainly get a better teacher-student ratio in the virtual realm than we do in the in-person classroom too. So I don't know if I can't give you a amount, but I think the main point is to understand that these are not new teachers that we're going out and hiring 30 more teachers. These are existing teachers that have applied to be virtual teachers that we're peeling off of existing campuses.
And the other thing that I was kind of surprised at for applying was a solid Wi-Fi connection. I thought that was surprising that wasn't a requirement to apply.
As a student, that is definitely something that needs to be considered, but we also know that we've found ways to help students in situations where it's not possible, and we just don't want to eliminate anybody because they may not have the means.
But is that part of the application?
It is not something we currently have on the application.
Part of the MOU will say that they understand they need internet at home, but because we have hotspot availability, we didn't want that to be a qualifier.
I think the other thing y'all found too to that point, because we did, I think, talk about questions to ask on the actual application as well, is that sometimes somebody's answer to yes, I have a good Wi-Fi connection is really not what translates to being able to do schoolwork on the Wi-Fi. Right. So we'd rather be able to dig into that okay, you got accepted into the program, let's talk about what you're going to need, and then if it doesn't turn out that your phone Wi-Fi connection is all you have, then we're going to have conversations about what do we need to do there.
Okay, Ms. Cox. So are we 2 questions or are we 3 questions? Because I have a whole.
If you have a follow-up on one.
Central over here, how many?
Just a couple,
Okay.
unless
So
one
that'd
is
be
a
2.
follow-up on one.
Okay, I'll do 2. And mine are directed more, Dr. Rogers, for you. So just to also piggyback off of Ms. Prosnick too, I know you don't really know what to give for cost, but I think it's going to be really important for this board as we're trying to plan our budget and our workshop. So I'd like to have some little estimates or something as we're planning our budget workshops.
Yeah, so we're working on those estimates to be part of the May 18th budget workshop, to be part of that conversation. Based on the discussion and your feedback about the models tonight, that will help us ensure that the numbers we're working on are in the right ballpark so that you're supportive of the models that we're proposing.
And I think it's important to also understand that once we put out what the exact model is going to look like, the enrollment could increase or decrease. I would think, as you saw with some of the survey questions, that, okay, if virtual fine performing arts isn't provided, hey, there's about 100 less people. So I think the overall trend is it will decrease, which of course will decrease. But please know we're not going crazy on this stuff. Matter of fact, the LMSs that we're looking at, for instance, in high school, and we're talking elementary now, but will be a major decrease in cost versus what we spent this year. So I promise you we're looking at it. But we'll send out at least where you have a good idea of, hey, it's going to be in this ballpark. But we needed to hear from y'all first before we sort of tighten that up. Does that make sense?
Yes. Well, I'm very appreciative of the work, and I'm very pleased with what you all have come up with. You can tell you've put a lot of time and thought into it and really taken all the students in consideration of how to make them more successful. So I really appreciate all that. So, but Dr. Rogers, for you and our staff, waiting for Austin, how are we doing this to decide what staff we need? What do we need on our campuses? Honestly, I'm getting little hives over here trying to think, what does this look like with the virtual teachers we have already, to how many are going to go back into the classroom, to what are the needs of our staffing model? How is the district getting prepared for that?
Yeah, I think we have to move forward with the assumption that full virtual is going to pass down in the legislature. If it changes to grades 3 through 12, we're actually happy about that. We'd prefer for K through 2 not to be offered virtual, but we believe that if it remains as an option, we need to offer that option to serve our customers, that group. You know, we're prepared to make this work. That's the task force work that these folks and the other folks have been on, and I think we're better prepared than most, and I think it'll be a good experience for our students and parents. But really, that's the best we can do, and at this time, we have to assume that it's going to pass.
Okay. All right. I'm only down to 8 sticky notes, so thank you. Okay.
Sasan. First of all, I guess I wanted to say that I'm so glad that you guys have set these parameters for yourselves as far as not having them commit. I know what a nightmare that was for you guys, Dr. Rapp. For every 9 weeks to be having to do staffing and all that kind of stuff. So I fully support that. I'm so glad that you guys all of you really have kind of set that in place. So I just wanted to say that. So, and I kind of want to ask this of each group, or if you could touch on this at some point. But so I'm curious about the student ratio, like how many, because I know it'll be different. But how many elementary teachers, how many kids do you think they'll have? Where will the teachers be working? At school or at? You kind of touched on a hub, so I'm thinking maybe at school. And then I'm also just kind of curious what the percentage of special ed interest was and how, what that's looking like.
So for the ratio, we're looking at about 1 to 28.
Okay.
Right now, K through 4 is usually 1 to 22 in person, but we found that we can go a little bit higher than that using the synchronous and asynchronous. For where the teachers will work, they will all be on a campus. They will not be working remotely next year. Like I said, we're looking at the different hub campuses, but they will have a room or a office, something to work out of in each of the hub campuses. And for the special ed, out of the about 800, when we equalized kinder and first, we had about 100 that signed up that were special ed. Those were not all SDI. Some need in person for their programming. And obviously those numbers will be different once they have to commit for sure. But as far as the intent, it was about 100 of the 800.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Miller?
Well, thanks for your work. I think that, a general statement is that while I appreciate the work and the flexibility, I would just offer an alternative view. I think we're on a slippery slope, because I don't think anybody here would agree that this is the best education for kids, right? So if we started with that, what's best? It's for kids to go back to school. The other thing is that your staffing models mean nothing and your surveys mean nothing until we make a mask recommendation, because it turns everything upside down. So I'm not even sure the value of doing a survey until that decision is made, because if that survey is meant to be done for staffing, it changes dramatically. And let's go to what we saw with pre-K and K through 2. Heavy drift because of masks, right? So I'm not sure what this survey tells us, right? I think the numbers change dramatically in the favor of on-campus and less need for virtual if we were to change that. And that's across all dimensions, but your dimension has a much stronger virtual element in it. And so that's not yours, that's his, and so I think you guys know that's an important gate because it will change everything. The other thing is, I would agree that, I mean, have we really looked at the sample data and then gotten down to the students? You know, so when the board has seen aggregate data at an elementary level on instruction using our measures, iStation, that type of thing, we do not see an improvement in general learning. We see a decrement in overall learning, or overall learning, and we haven't seen it at a campus level yet. But there's some problems there, and so are we building an environment that allows flexibility for parents, and a special ed parent, or a special needs parent, or a homebound service parent? That's different. But is this flexibility really ultimately just about providing flexibility, or is it about what's best for the students? It's unclear to me that this is really based on what's best for students. It's clear that it's based on convenience. It's not clear that this is what's best for students. So how do we balance that? And I know he's going to jump in.
Well, I mean, I have to at least from the onset, in my opinion, have to take people at their word on their survey. And now, we know there's a lot of reasons, and actually we'll make them narrow it down to their top reason the next time around. But, you know, for this group of elementary parents, the overwhelming top two reasons were health and safety. I have to take them at their word. And, you know, whether or not, Mr. Miller, we should be going down this direction, I just, and maybe, I mean, if the board feels comfortable, then we're okay with that, but I'm not ready to lose 1,900 customers. And if the virtual program is approved statewide and we don't have that option, they're going to a virtual provider somewhere in our neighborhood. And that would be sad to me. So once again, if we were post-COVID, we wouldn't be here, all right? And we hope that a year from now, this thing's scaled back ultra, you know, but I just think we have to offer this option to these 1,900 parents. I hope it dwindles down and it's 1,200 total. I mean, but I just don't think we can say, and I know some school districts have, hey, we're not going to offer it. And I just don't. When half of our parents started last year virtual, I think we're taking a gamble. You know?
Yeah. So I would agree. I often tend to not fall in the camp of the sky is falling because it's never been materially even close to what we thought. And so while I don't disagree with you, and I'm receptive to the flexibility, I go back to what's the best instructional environment for students? Because ultimately, here's the thing. Let's just say we offer this for flexibility because we don't want to lose these kids, AKA the money. But what comes with that is lower student performance. Ultimately, we find ourselves in a different predicament. And I would say that, you know, for those of you who haven't, and you probably should, go watch a pre-K, first grade, kindergarten, second grader during the day and see what happens. They're really good. Mute, stop video, disappear, etc. And so it comes down to numbers. I think budget's important and instructional progress. And we haven't seen the instructional progress. Now, those 1,900 parents, by the way, reverse if we require masks. And so that's why I think the mask decision is an important gate for parents. It actually could flip on the other end that we'll lose 1,900 if we require masks. And I'm just saying that as a matter of fact, not to put pressure on you. I think you know the situation that we're in. And so Right now, it's 1,900, say that they want virtual, and this is the way it is. You know what's going to happen? We require masks next year, 10 and under. We see the same revolt. So it's this, it's this balance of what's the right thing to do now. I mean, we want to get the survey out because of staffing. You make a decision in the middle of June on masks that we're going to require it, the staffing model goes out the window. And so then I would go back to the instructional value. Can you show us that these students, as a sample, have actually shown progress on the measures that we have decided to measure, in particular iStation, and they've shown progress while they're in a virtual environment? If you can show that, that's substantial. I think substantially supports a move in this direction. If you can't show that, then it does beg you the question, is this the right thing to do? So in other words, there's doing the right thing, or there's doing the thing that we need to do to make sure that we don't lose students. And those are two very different things in my mind.
I think
Yeah.
that.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, to me, comparing to what we've had to go through this year is a little bit different. It's like apples and oranges in a sense, because we're talking about having eligibility requirements in order to participate in the virtual model that's created. We're talking about in-person assessments, in-person reading groups. And so if you were to compare this year's performance that started out with 9,000 learners who all stayed home regardless of whether they really should have stayed home and been learning from home or not, I think it's just a little bit different of a conversation.
Have we assessed the performance of those students, of the 1,900, because you've got them broken down by grade level and by category of concern? Have we looked at the performance of those students
We don't know who they are.
to see that they've
We don't know who they are yet.
Yeah, they haven't.
STAR data? I'm not talking STAR data. I'm talking iStation data.
But we don't.
We don't know who
Those
they
are, those are anonymous survey.
Yeah.
We
They
wouldn't
said,
know
like,
until
I'm
that
in second grade,
application.
I'm in third grade, or
Okay.
I'm in fifth
Yeah.
grade.
Okay.
And I think right now, too, because we were putting in place the eligibility requirements, it's some of those students who indicated that they're interested are not going to meet the eligibility requirements to participate.
But there's no marker on the survey that shows that a student from Flowermont Elementary or Lakeland was on the survey.
We have it broken up by campus
Okay.
because we utilize Skyward. We utilize the Skyward form,
Okay.
so we could go back and look look at the 1,900 in terms of who their names are because it's attached to Skyward data. We didn't do that for tonight only because, again, since we're putting in those eligibility requirements, that's going to change responses to this. That's going to change responses to the commitment. That's going to change who of that group even is going to be accepted into this model. And I think that's a game changer in terms of the type of students and what's going to be expected of them.
I would agree. It's just that again, when you look at, we're responsible for outcomes on a campus level, the board. And so what we haven't heard is that this model has a high level of efficacy in instructional outcomes. It may be, and if it is, I think that's great for us to hear. It would be encouraging for us to hear, and I think it's a popular question that has come up amongst us recently. So,
and the only thing I would offer up again, just as food for thought around that, is with what we've been in this year under COVID response is not what we're proposing to stay in for next year.
I get that.
And I think the other thing is if you look on that slide 20, the things we learned, if we have those things in place, if a kid has those things in place, we believe they'll be successful. All right? And the other reminder I'd tell you is what Dr. Rapp said, and that is this is all groundbreaking stuff for elementary, period. And we may find out a year from now, hey, we need to move in a different direction, or we may need to scrap it. That's that transition part that we talked about. But I do believe that the model that their task force has created will provide positive results for those kids that choose virtual. If they meet those steps on slide 20, and if not, we're pulling them back anyway.
And really, current data does support that. There are 6 providers of online education right now, and one of those, iPrep and Grapevine, does have an application process. They're the only ones who have an application process. TEA has deemed them an A-rated school. The others are either B or failing, or C's are failing. And so iPrep does, they benefit, they believe that part of the process and why their students are successful is because they determine and they have interactions with the parents to make sure that everybody's on board with that particular style of learning.
I agree, Chris. I think that criteria is a game changer. The other thing is, back to the question I think Ms. Prosnick asked. So, it was about $2.6 million for Edgenuity based on more of a license type model. Then at the middle and high school, we had site-based models. And so there are some economic indicators or some economic numbers here that should be available to us in our May 18th meeting. Sure. Based on some, like, for example, I think iPrep is a virtual academy, though, right? Like Denton's doing some virtual academies, that type of thing. So that's a good benchmark. And I'm not diminishing the characteristics of the program. Please don't hear that. We have to talk about instructional outcomes. It has to be a primary focus on us this year. And I get that, we can say, well, we're coming out of COVID and everything. But at some point, as we heard pre-executive session, as you guys know from NTASB, from some speakers, they may not be relevant anymore, but that notwithstanding, there's still a kind of a prevailing thought around that. Go find the kids. Go fix this problem. You go fix that problem. It could be this is the way we fix that problem, right? It could be masks are the way we fix that problem, but the pressure is to go find those kids. And so I trust you guys on that. Just, we really have to keep a close watch on outcomes.
I just wanted to add too, and part of this came out of the committee as well, but getting to work with the curriculum and programs people who wrote everything. It is the most aligned model curriculum, and I would put it up against anyone in the state of Texas to say that those students got exposed to the pacing guides and to the rigor and depth of the curriculum more than most this year, even in the virtual world.
And I think we would all defend that on your behalf as well, at a state level.
Okay, and for me, I had a couple of questions. One was along the lines of what Ms. Hassett had asked when they coming back to the campus and ensuring, or if they're not selected, is there a process that they can protest that, I guess, an appeal process if they couldn't be selected, or will there be on the application an open-ended question that has the opportunity for them to explain any other circumstances on that?
Well, typically in our other schools of choice, such as STEM, if they disagree with the outcome, they will respond and let us know why they disagree, and then we go research some more. So if they claim their attendance is inaccurate, then we work with the campus to see why the claim is there, if it's behavior. So we have to do a lot of research on all of the students that apply in the systems we already have, but we don't necessarily have, you could appeal it, but you're appealing it to the administrator who's in charge of that in response to the outcome of their application.
Okay. And then is that also they have to maintain a level of rigor in the MOU?
Yes, so that would be ongoing in nature. So if they don't connect and they don't engage at some point, we are going to need to work with that family to go back in person. But that would obviously be after we've had some interventions as well.
Okay. And then, I got that one. Y'all all have those. There's the cost. And then students that are coming into the school district over the summer, maybe moving here or whatever, this would be offered. Do we have a timeline of how will it be offered if students come in the first day of class and want to register to be a student in LISD, or is there going to be an application cutoff day? Is it going to be like the STEM Academy where you have to apply within a certain time frame? Sure. I mean, how does that process going to look? Because I can imagine that there might be some students that move here that are thinking that they have to go in person, but maybe they experienced a virtual learning where they're coming from, and to know that that was an option. Are they going to have to go the whole year and then have that option? I mean, sure.
So in our other programs, we do have wait list. If there's space available and you come in district, then you apply and we would place you in that program. So I could see it operating similarly. If there's space available and you meet the criteria, then upon your enrollment, you could be in the Virtual Learning Academy.
Okay, thank you. I think that is, I think everybody else covered all my other note sticks. So do you have any more?
No more for elementary. Thank you.
I have one. What is the benefit of a CDCN number?
So that would separate you out as a separate school.
Right.
So they'll get separate accountability, they'll have to go through all the things that a school would go through, mainly when it comes to accountability, data tracking. PEMS would have to be set up for that school. All of the things would be separate. So it would be these campus set up as a virtual campus.
And so it would only be in elementary, obviously.
Yeah.
And that helps with scheduling and provisioning. There are obviously pros and cons that we won't know until down the road. We've never done this one before, so.
And we would still, I think, be interested to see what the accountability rules look like.
That's kind of where I was going with that.
Just to have all the information in making that decision so that we're fully informed about what's the best option.
And this, I will ask you this, if the legislature comes back and they say you don't have to do elementary, they just say you have to do secondary, are we still going to offer this?
Yeah, my initial guess answer without talking to the experts is no.
Okay.
I mean, we're in every survey that we're going to send out, we're going to make it clear we believe in person is the best for the greatest number of students.
Right.
So, because if the legislature doesn't allow it anywhere else, I'm not worried about that competition, but I am worried if we choose not to, but someone else can offer it in Texas, and it's an unfair playing field.
And I know you were looking for some feedback, and I appreciate this model for elementary. I will say that. I appreciate the differentiation between all of the models, but I do think that this works best for elementary. On a side note, not in the legislature, but I would say I'm not in favor at all of pre-K through grade 2, because I think that it is, I just don't think it works. That is fundamental reading. We're having to send teachers to reading academies for those grade levels, for example, and I don't know how we would translate that in a virtual world. So
It is very difficult, and all of that has had to be done synchronously for those students.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Okay, Ms. Cox, I know you have additional.
Do we knock any of them off?
Yes, we're going to knock 2 more off since we have 2 questions. So these are, again, probably Dr. Rogers for you or maybe Dr. Rapp, but so I'm just curious, what does a hub campus look like? You mentioned 3 zones, possibly more zones. So is there a principal counselor on each of those zones? Are they their own little campus? Each elementary school has their own mascot, has their own, so then do they become their own PTA? Do they become collaborated with that own little group? I mean, how is I'm worried about their identity too of, you're really this campus. So what does that look like?
Yeah, the answer to that is no, no, and no. All right, so they're not going to become their own little entity. It's just that we're trying to spread the virtual teachers that are serving kids in the Marcus Flower Mound feeder in a school close to where when they need to come in person, they don't have to travel from the west side of the district all the way to the east side, because we happen to have a building that has enough capacity that we could put them all over there, but that's not fair to our parents to drive all the way across our district. So we're trying to use that as a hub. We haven't decided where those hubs are, but we, as we all know, have some capacity in some of our elementary schools, and so we'll strategically place really the most difficult one to figure out capacity is going to be in our LHS feeder. I mean, because those elementaries are, the most crowded. But no, they won't have a different principal. She's it for all three.
Oh, wow.
All right. They'll have some support staff. We want to support, as she's talked about, Lindsay talked. I mean, and the reason why we're going to make teachers attend in person versus work from home or whatever, they need their colleagues, their peers, to help with each other the same way our other teachers, in-person teachers, do. And so
But then they'll have that designated counselor that will just be for the virtual
that's
students.
correct.
Okay, and that's all grade levels, I suppose.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as we have a counselor. If you have 700 kids, and we have elementary schools with 700 kids, they have one counselor, so.
It does help distribute out, though, in terms of resource stewardship, the ability to utilize staff at the hub campuses, too, to support. So that's where that model kind of expands or contracts as needed without completely replicating all of the staff, too, in the virtual framework as well.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. My next question is, I know we're sending these surveys out, but I really want to make sure parents are understanding, what we're offering. So I'm curious, is there something posted on the website? How are we posting? We really don't know what the curriculum looks like, but for me as a parent, I'm just thinking myself or my child, how could I truly make an executive decision for my child in its best interest, not really knowing, what are you going to offer? What does this look like for my students? So where is that information for a parent to find out?
Yeah, it's nowhere right now because we wanted to visit with y'all first.
Okay.
But we promise we'll provide that information to parents because they absolutely deserve the right to be informed before they make a commitment. And so that's why we wanted to get to you before we then create this application that will explain everything we can, and certainly they'll have contact information if they have questions. But
would that be
we wanted to
before the
talk-
second survey goes out, or
Yes.
no?
And we also have our website that we used for this year that we're working with communications to convert it to the updated version, but we don't want to finalize anything until we had this opportunity tonight.
And really, what will go out next is really the application form. So as part of the application form will be the link to the materials. As you can see, the majority of students indicating interest in this are virtual this year. So one of our bigger hurdles to overcome will be them thinking it's exactly the way it was this year at whatever level they're applying for. So that's really the key things we want to communicate in that application are key differences to try to help them know that when you're signing up, you're not in. There's eligibility requirements. We'll let you know if you're in, and those kind of things. So that's really what we'll work on communicating as part of the application process. Did you have more, Ms. Cox, or was that it?
Just one more.
Go ahead.
For the elementary part.
You're fine.
I guess it goes for everybody. But my next question is, are we reaching out to the virtual students currently? I want to make sure nobody's not getting the information and not an opportunity to do this. I guess is my point. And we all know that we all have different forms of communication, how we get our information from the district. So I just want to make sure no parent is not having that opportunity, whether it's a phone call because they work, all the time, it's Skyward, whatever.
The form that went out previously was communicated through Skylar and through the campuses. But one of the things we've discovered over the years is that they respond most to their teacher, and we had the virtual teachers send out additional communication, and we will keep doing that.
Perfect. Right.
Perfect. Okay. Anybody have for elementary or middle or?
No. We haven't
I
done
mean,
the middle
elementary.
yet.
Yeah, we're not in the middle
Done
yet.
with these two
I know it feels like we should be done,
I know.
but
That's okay.
we're not done.
Thank you.
I meant, do we move on to middle? Are we
Thank you
ready
very
to be
much.
move on?
No.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up.
Let's start with Ms. Prosnick.
Thank you for coming back. I like this model for middle school, but my first question is going to be about cost, because this is going to require cameras in classrooms. Am I correct?
And audio.
And audio, I mean, yeah, the
Audio
whole shebang.
Audio would be more.
Yeah, it actually could be done without. And I mean, and remember, we've done that. I mean, we've talked about we could actually get by with just microphones with our teachers, because that's really, I mean, while it's not the most optimum, that's really been the biggest hindrance in co-seating is the sound back and forth. Certainly, in our pilot is not complete. You're going to receive a report on that, the pilot that, Brian Kobeck talked to you all about as far as this hybrid classroom. But certainly that could be part of the solution. I don't think our plan would be that, hey, every middle school teacher that's doing this would have that system. There are also portable systems like that, so which we've had in some classrooms. So, and while ESSER 3 is not the long-term salvation, those are some expenditures that we could use ESSER 3 funds for to address that issue if the board so chooses. And but we want to get through that pilot before we make that recommendation.
No, I don't disagree. I mean, but I, and as we all know, those 459 students that indicated are not evenly spread across the district.
Ms. Prosnick, I think it will also, teachers probably won't be real favorable to this idea because we've worked so hard to navigate away from floating.
Yeah.
But if you have a system that needs to be used by two different teachers and it's not portable that can be moved, we can allow for two English teachers or two math teachers to flip-flop to accommodate that, to help with some of those expenses. And we've been brainstorming some of those ideas as well.
And I also think, Ms. Prosnick, your last comment about it doesn't split even is actually one of the major rationales why concurrent works at middle school, because some of the middle schools may only have 15 or 20 kids total in 3 grades that want virtual. How can you can't split? That's why it makes sense to do the concurrent model.
So my other question then comes, I'm always back to staffing, but to ratios, I guess, more than anything else. How many students for a teacher that is doing co-seating? Are they going to have the same number of students as a teacher who is just teaching in person? Or is it going to be less because, I don't know. I'm asking.
Not necessarily less.
Okay.
I think what these principals have talked about is really building a master schedule first with virtual and in-person students in that schedule, then tweaking the schedules to try to cluster because they're naturally not going to schedule in a cluster. But I would say that your ratios could still be 25 to 28 students. Some of them, as you know, could be higher or lower, just depending on how. But it will be easier for a middle school principal to build a master schedule.
But we would not add to a teacher that's doing concurrent because some of their students are. I mean, the staffing model is the same, whether half are in person and half are virtual. It's not like if you're teaching full virtual, only virtual. Yeah, the staffing model's higher. That's not the case in middle school.
Okay. How many sticky notes you got for this one?
Oh, yeah. Okay, Ms. Cox, go ahead.
So my first one is regarding, a little bit off of what Ms. Prosnick said, is the network. And I think Mr. Kolbeck is doing some testing on the hybrid right now. That is my biggest concern, is that, hopefully we do some testing to make sure we have the proper network in place for the kids? Because I can't tell you the times that, my daughter at the high school, the network's down again, the network's down again. So what does that look like for a student when the network's down, when the teacher in the classroom, she can just, or he can pitch it and start teaching? That student that's at home is missing out. So what does that look like?
I have an answer, but I'm going to see if one of them want to chime into that. So I'm not speaking.
Come on. Step up.
Let me see if I can figure out how to use the mic this time. We talked about how our teachers would need some additional support and some additional training to make sure that they're up for that challenge and for that very thing. A seasoned teacher is going to be able to jump in no matter if we're in person, everybody's in person, or if everybody's virtual. If the network goes down, we have to have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. And so we should be able to jump into that plan, and our kids should ultimately know what plan B is, what plan C is, where to go for those resources. So we should be able to have that training set up so that we can have those plans in place so that if something does happen, we're ready for it.
I think utilizing the resources we already have, so Canvas and the communication that the teachers have with the kids, and teaching them at the beginning, especially at middle school, it's very important at the beginning to talk about the study skills and talk about how do you plan your day and where do you go to look for what you need to do that day. And so if you're teaching them to do those things, they know already either to check Canvas, because that's where the teacher goes, and all of a sudden, I can't see my teacher. Well, we're on Canvas, so I know this is what's going on that day, and then hopefully it'll log back on, or our Wi-Fi comes back up. Like sometimes it just pops in and out, and they're able to log back in. But I think it's really training and supporting and teaching the kids and helping the teachers with that, of what are the great resources we already have to help you so you stay connected, even during those times when we lose internet or access.
Yeah, because to me, that instruction time,
Yes.
I don't care if you go to Canvas or whatever,
Right.
nothing's better than a teacher in that classroom.
Oh, yeah.
And if my kid isn't hearing from that teacher in that classroom, they're missing instruction.
Which is
Good
why in
ins-
person's always the most
Right,
important.
exactly.
What we
But-
recommend is in
But
person.
that's also why we felt like concurrent was the best model, because they're going to get every period. They're in school all day with their teachers.
Yes, and that was what I wanted to clarify too. So it's like
Yes.
they're at school.
They log in at 8:50, and they're in school. They'll have a lunch break where they can go to lunch. They are in the schedule exactly like an in-person
I
student.
love that.
Yeah, that's exactly listening to parents and teacher input. In middle school, it was, hey, they need face-to-face time, more face-to-face time. They're face-to-face with their teacher 100% of the time
Yes.
because they're in concurrent model.
That's what I love most about the
Yeah.
model. So my second question was, Ms. Lewis, you mentioned about robotics. So how is this going to work on our new STEM that we're having in our middle school, where that collaboration, maybe projects they're doing in the classroom, they're not getting to participate, the virtual students. So what does that look like for our STEM schools in middle school for the science?
We have not really fully explored that. It is something that we're talking about, because it's also going to have to be a tweak in the STEM curriculum for science as well. And so those discussions have begun, and I'm going to swing to Dr. Rapp.
Yeah, one of the things we've talked about, we've learned from other districts, and what they've done is we will need to send home some supplies and materials for STEM science. There's going to be some things that you need to have when the in-person learners are doing some experiences. You need to have those pieces of things to do at home. Again, there will be some aspect of electives where maybe some of the STEM electives will not be offered in the concurrent model. Robotics, a great example. Project Lead the Way, which is what we're using there, is not replicable in the concurrent model. But the STEM science, we will make that feasible by providing some things they can come and check out and take home.
And I think ideally, you mentioned group projects. They can still meet in groups via WebEx in their own space. And so if we can strategically plan some of that, we would definitely want them working on projects together. It'll just have to be modified.
Okay, Mrs. Son?
The only question I have really is just back to special ed. Like, what kind of percentage are you seeing of kids that are in special ed that want to do this?
Across the district, really, about 3%. It was 291 students across all the responses that indicated they didn't indicate it, we pulled it, that they were a special ed student.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mill?
So, I'm getting a little tired. Good for you.
Yes.
All of
We are too, it's okay.
I think, I would say on this, you know, I think you guys have probably come up with a good model. I mean, you're a cross-section. I mean, Stella, I mean, Christy, all of you guys, Tina, it's a cross-section of the district. And frankly, it's a cross-section that we don't hear a lot about from parents and some of the current dynamics, so I guess that's a good thing. Maybe not all of you. But you know, that occasionally we get something. But so I think that, you know, this adjustment is good. I would say this on the technology. I got to tell you, I mean, we can't have an audit committee without somebody either having a technical issue or a Wi-Fi issue of the three of us with WebEx. So I can only imagine some of the problems that you have, and if you add MiFi devices to it, a MiFi is a 4G device. It is really not meant for this high capacity. And so these are, I think they were raised by, I don't know if it was Jenny or Angie. These are my big concerns because, you know, you go out as an adult, if you lose your Wi-Fi connection, you know immediately through the technology you're using, whether it's WebEx or Teams, whatever, you can dial in and be a number on there. Middle school students probably aren't, I mean, they could do it, but it's their reason not to do it is because, hey, the network got dropped. So that's, I guess, the bigger concern. But I think the model, just what you presented, would seems to have some legitimacy to it. Again, I would offer for Dr. Rogers and Dr. Rapp that the mask decision will change everything for you guys, and so your staffing model will be upended based on that. And so we just have to remember that you know, that's not immaterial to this discussion. But the model that you put forward, I think, has got some teeth. And I won't go into the instructional element of this like I did with the elementary, because I think it's different for your campuses, and so just want to be respectful of the fact that each of your campus is at a little bit different level. And so I think we're well aware of some of those nuances, and probably would just leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Hassett?
2 questions. For some of the takeaways that y'all said, the ESL families needed additional support. What additional support were you going to provide the ESL families?
So our students have been the ones that communicate the most with our staff, with our teachers, with our counselors. We've been WebExing with them. I don't know how many times I've gone out to Bunker Hill to talk with families in person this school year. And the parents often are the ones who are like, I don't know how to help. I don't know how to use WebEx. We have families who have a 6th grade education themselves, and it's the older siblings of our middle schoolers that have been that #1 support. So at Killian, we currently have about 400 virtual students, a little less than that. When I looked at the numbers, we had about 60 for next year. So of those, I would want to go to our neighborhoods to work with those families, to prepare them to do some in-person training, to go over what is WebEx, you know, how do you use that, how do you log into Canvas, and make sure that they all have those resources.
I think your concurrent model too, y'all developed in all the conversations with the principal group entirely, was that this should provide them more supports that they feel like are needed, because it's not based on the supports. While we chose a program that had supports embedded, I think you felt like the support's coming directly from the teacher that's designing the experiences, and we heard that a lot from the teachers, just wanting to have that more control. That I think that is one of the reasons why we're recommending this model, because it does that.
Great. The other question is about the concurrent. I definitely agree that y'all picked a good model for middle school in theory, but dear God, I mean, I just can't imagine. But middle school teachers are used to middle school kids. I will pray extra for them. But my question on the concurrent is, how do we have teachers at every campus for the core and the electives for the concurrent model to work?
That's a lot of teachers.
Or do you mean
It's
like-
a lot of teachers to have to be trained in a concurrent model for all of the,
It's basically, it's like the staffing's the same. And so for my 800 kids, let's say 20 of them decided to do virtual, those 20 kids are already part of my staffing.
yeah, but then the teachers have to be trained in concurrent. So let's say 7 are in 6th grade and 6 are in, I mean, then that's a lot of teachers at every grade level that have to be trained in concurrent. That's a lot of training between now and then as well. And there's enough teachers that want to be concurrent, or are they going to also be more voluntold to
Well,
be concurrent?
our goal is not to totally volunteer them, but, remember, until we talk to you, the teachers haven't heard this. Now, we've depended on the expertise of our principals and the task force, Miss Lewis, but
It's just a lot of teachers at every grade level, every campus to have to do concurrent because they will be spread out along the district. And I understand why you're doing it that way. It makes sense. Just a lot of teachers to have to train in that
That's
time.
where clustering is going to be really important to try to minimize the number. Because truthfully, at 8th grade math, one teacher might have 2 sections to cover those 20 kids virtually. So that's going to be the creativity and the complexity of these guys behind the scenes working to minimize the number, because we do want to really identify teachers that are going to do it well, because it's not for everyone.
Right.
And so once we do that, then we can, it's the master of building a master schedule. I mean,
And this model definitely is more training heavy than curriculum lifting heavy. And so it's a nice match between what you heard at high school, because while Ms. Seeley's team can focus on high school VLA expansion, Michelle Jacobson's team, along with Mr. Colbeck, can focus on training for middle school. So you're actually maximizing the skill sets of those teams in a great way. And one of the things, we even, well, not we, Leanne and I bat around, so they're going to go like, we didn't talk about that, is this idea of having a cadre of teachers that are really the concurrent leaders that other teachers can go to on that campus, and really investing heavily in their training and support. That may be a stinker of an idea, I don't know. But anyway, we'll make it great. That's just an example of something that we could do there. But y'all are looking at me like, yeah, great.
Can I just say 2 things real quick? They have done a beautiful job this year of co-seating while our kids have been quarantined. So I think the learning curve will be a lot less than that. The other thing is I did a master schedule where I clustered the kids, and it looked like it was about 13 teachers at Killian. That's an estimate. I don't know the exact kids that'll, do this next year, but 13 wasn't a terrible number.
Okay, that's good news.
And I think my only question that wasn't answered is, I know that we're sending things, that there will be a process of sending things to the kids, but will there also be a process of things coming back to the campus to be graded? And the one thing I'm thinking of is art, because some of that is texturally, some of that is dimension, and so making sure that we just think about all those things. There may be a time where, to get a grade, you've got to get that item or that project back to the campus. And so just making sure that it's a two-way process, that we're going to provide you some things, but then we want to see the results of what you've done, and not just on WebEx. Because I think I know some pretty creative kids who could, yeah. So anyway, that's, and for me, I want to make sure that the kids that are on a virtual path are held to the same standards as those kids that are in that in-class, and that's what's really important to me. I don't want this to be a way for me to get through the system in doing not what my peers are doing. So just, and not that everybody's going to do that, but I'm just thinking, out loud.
Ms. Sells, can I add that
Yes.
you're on the same wavelength of what we're thinking, as that there may be labs that they're required to come do. There will be assessments. We haven't identified really a pure stringent guideline of that yet, but we are exploring whether it's a semester exam, whether it's a specific lab, and exploring those ideas of, because we do want that accountability piece to be consistent across both platforms.
Okay. And I think
That's one of those overarching principles, and that wasn't just for elementary school, that there's going to be some in-person experiences that our virtual students are going to have to participate in.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you.
I just had one thing I was going to
yes.
say.
You
So
have
Tina
more?
when you brought up Bunker Hill, so as I thought about the 3 campuses, right? So, I didn't think Killian Bunker Hill, but I think you brought up a really interesting point, because it's, something that last year, I remember, Cronda was working hard, everybody was working hard. How do we get Wi-Fi devices? Can we put something on Green Meadows? And, I think this is one which would have some overlap with all of you and other campuses. This is one where I think we all agree the model is probably going to have some good predictability and therefore some outcomes. But there may be some things you guys need from us to help. I mean, do we need to put some money behind some, YouTube videos? Do we need to get some volunteers to go out to do a community center thing? I mean, I don't know what's happened since last year when we looked at how to create connectivity with Bunker Hill, but it's easy to forget. Killian has Bunker Hill, right, which creates a unique attribute that Christy may not have, but Estella may have more pervasively. And so I think this is one where that's really, I'm hopeful you guys come back with an ask. I don't know what that is, but to make this work, I think we all agree that this is one of our biggest risks, whether it's an excuse for a kid or it's something on our side. So I'm hopeful that in whatever next round there is, Dr. Rogers, I don't know if there is a next round, but that if there's something that we can do there, right, more community pressure, work closely with carriers. 5G devices are coming out. They need a private cell. Maybe we could get somebody to put a private cell in for 5G, which would create that connectivity speeds that you need. I don't know. Just think about that amongst yourselves and come back with an ask if we could help.
I appreciate you say that you will volunteer time, because that's definitely something that I will ask for when
Great.
we get time to, because we definitely could take as many people as possible, especially now when hopefully we'll be able to open our doors even more next fall to reach out to the community. But I'm very thankful for our leadership team, and that when we do have a resource or we do have something that needs, they fill it. There's not much that we're not in need of, to where they say no that often. So we're very, very lucky in that fact. But definitely volunteers is something that I will always take.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Yes. Anybody else?
Thank y'all.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
While we're transitioning, I just, Mr. Miller, and I know you remember, but we did, as part of Operation Connectivity, end up with 3,500 hotspots, and we haven't issued all of them. And of course, there's no doubt Bunker Hill, that area is one of the, that's where we initially put our WOW, our wireless on wheels, and parked it there. And so we absolutely understand that.
Yeah. But since that time, 5G private cell has matured to a point where it's got some potential now. Those devices probably are not capable, but it certainly has quite a bit higher bandwidth. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Y'all just thought y'all were getting out of here.
I know it's past your bedtime.
And I'm going to start with Angie.
So
Yeah,
my
go
2
ahead.
final sticky notes. Here we go. So I think, Dr. Rogers, you might have made this comment, or somebody did, I don't remember who, but I think this is really key to the success of this is the virtual teachers that apply. We get the cream of the crop. We get the teachers who are most qualified and the best at pitch hitting. I mean, I've seen some amazing things that our virtual teachers are doing and creating fun little things for our kids. So what does that process look like? Are the principals all hiring these, or is there, once the application is in, what does that look like?
They're VLA, they will be VLA teachers, and of course, so Dr. Bigelow will.
Are they all LISD teachers? Or?
They'll all be LISD teachers, and all of our teachers have to do the PD program. So whether they taught virtual this year or not, they're going to go through 30 hours of PD that the state requires for when we put courses across outside our district. Now, we're one of the providers of that, so we're actually authorized by the state to do so. And so every one of our teachers currently who teaches for VLA has taken that course. And so I've got 6 full-time virtual teachers right now and a pool of about 50 adjuncts in various subjects across the district that come in as our numbers go up and down depending on what term we're in. And COVID year, they're pretty much all working. So, but as we move forward, they'll have to come in and interview, and we'll have more than one person in there, obviously, in the interview. And what they did last year is obviously going to be really important. But knowing that they're also going to get training, it's not going to be the COVID or what I call pandemic learning. Some call it crisis learning to make it more transportable. Is not what we're going to be doing next year in our program. So we're going to be trying to bring folks into what we do as we work with a asynchronous model. I know that we had asynchronous set up for this year. That's what TEA allowed us to do. But because of their attendance and engagement policies that they had set in place, became very synchronous along the way. And so we need to be able to have synchronous moments and asynchronous moments. And so our teachers are going to need training on all of that and how to make that all work. So
You feel confident we will find good instructors?
we have some great instructors in this district. We're in good
I
shape
don't
there.
doubt that at all.
We're in good shape there.
Well, it was good to hear you have 50 adjuncts already in there as well. So Dr. Baxter, my second question is for you. So how does this work for the Collegiate Academy? Will they be able to participate in this? How does the Collin County Community College work in this? I know some of the community colleges were online anyway, virtual right now. So how does that work for our collegiate students?
Collin County has been very helpful in the entire process, so we feel like that we'll be able to navigate those waters well with them and still be able to offer what we need to with the kids in Collegiate Academy. We really don't anticipate having any sort of lapse in any area with Collegiate and this program right here.
Okay, so they'll have the opportunity to go virtual
Yes,
as well?
they will.
Okay,
Mhm.
even with just the 2 classes?
Yes, they will. And Colin, again, has been very helpful, too, in working with us on that as well.
Thank you for being here, y'all. And Dr. Bigenhoe, I feel very confident in this. I mean, I feel very confident in all our leaders, but I know you're kind of a leader in the whole virtual learning thing, and you've done a lot of speaking and stuff, and so thank you for all that you've done for that. And you addressed this, so I'm not going to get into it too much, but what you were talking about creating those courses, that seems like a lot of work to do over the summer. I mean, that just really kind of concerns me.
Just said no summer break.
You know, because I know we're going from it seems like we're going from a class list of this to like this. So.
I see Dr. Rogers moved
Yeah.
his mic, so
Yeah.
I'll let him go first.
That's very astute, Ms. Lasan. And when we had our last meeting about high school virtual, and Karen Seeley was there, and she would be here tonight, but her mother passed, and so we keep her in your thoughts and prayers. But one of my questions was, is this doable? I mean, I don't want to put this out there, and yet you see time and time again, over and over again, all these people and all the people back, I mean, they get things done, and we will get it done. And, you know, the list too, and Chris made this comment in our last meeting, we don't have to have every one of them built by August because kids can only take 4, so there are some that we can have ready for January. And so I promise you some of that will happen. But I don't know, Chris, if you have anything else, but
You going to offer any of that extra money to them like you were to the, you're paying more money for the
that sounds
summer
good.
teachers?
whatever it takes, we'll get it done within reason, of course.
No, we in employing a rapid prototyping model for design. So Again, a lot of this depends also on what the state is going to allow us to do coming out of legislation. If we don't have to run these courses through TEA for approval and get their seal of approval on everything, then we can. That's going to give us a lot of latitude to do what we need to do to make it best for our kids in our district. And so we can use a rapid prototyping model where we're getting things out. The course isn't completely finished by the time we get out the door. The teachers are going to be working through PLCs, coming in to do that as they're doing design several times a week, meeting to make sure that we're in conjunction. I don't want any courses being designed in silos. And most of the courses where we're having to fix them are courses that were designed by a single teacher. So that's going to be really important as well. So making sure that we have multiple people meeting and working on these courses. And I'm not going to tell you it's going to be easy, but I think there's a way we can make it happen, and we're going to do it.
Mr. Miller?
Dr. Bigenho, I think you testified recently, did that?
Yep.
Several times.
Several times, okay. So thank
Waiting
you
to
for
see
doing
what's
that.
happening.
I think that generally speaking, they tend to prefer to hear from folks like you and not us. So thank you for doing that. My concern is, and I'm going to speak in a little bit of code here, and Dr. Rapp will decipher it for you all later, but there's a couple things that I'm all for the Virtual Learning Academy. As we have talked in the past, I think, as your predecessor retired, when we think about VLA, it's not necessarily just what you're talking about. We think of outside classes that have a teacher, and that teacher proctors an exam or doesn't proctor an exam, right? And so we see some nuances there that affect us negatively. And so, if you look at, just going to kind of try and give an example here. If I'm going to Marcus and I want to take Latin, there's a reason I want to take Latin. It's for one person, Melisandro, right? And then I can't get it, and I go to a virtual learning class, and I'm in that class. And, the scope and sequence is different. It's it may or may not be proctored. The exams look different. And that level of fidelity, kind of getting control of that in the context of what you're doing, is really important. So that's something you might want to think about. I'm not suggesting an answer, but thinking about that. And then the counselors, right? So how are the counselors going to work this so that, when we're talking about VLA classes, but we're combining them with other classes, so a kid is on campus taking a VLA class with somebody in Sacramento, but they're on campus, right? All these things, I think some of this needs to be synthesized for us and maybe communicated back on how that's all going to work. And then the other element to this across the board is the counselors. How do counselors handle this? I think the model is right, because what you're basically doing is, what we agree to is you're forcing kids back to campus, right? They're going to come to campus for at least 2 classes, right? And probably for their UIL activity. So, what they do in those other 2 class periods, I don't know, or 1 class period if it's a UIL activity. And we want to make sure that they can't just disappear, that they come back, attendance. There's a lot of things that just logistically seem to need to be ironed out so that there's a comfort level that you guys are, how you're going to manage all that. And I don't know how to ask a question in that other than, examples that I have that I've shared with Dr. Rapp where, VLA, there's VLA, like you got your shirt on, and then there's VLA, which is different, where it's taught by somebody else. And we have kids on campus doing those classes, and they're different. And so what that means is, from a scope and sequence perspective, you take Section 1, Section 2, and Section 3, it could be different, right? Because when I get to 3, I might have a library. That's the type of thing, Lori, as that's synthesized, I think it'd be good for us to understand that better.
Sure, and I think on the counselor part, really, the flexibility to take a couple of classes with VLA existed pre-pandemic. So the real new piece here is that I could take all 4 of my classes online, should the legislature allow us to do it. And of
Okay.
course, it would be a very limited catalog if you choose to go the path of being a fully online high school student. But as far as counselors go and knowing how to schedule classes with Chris, they were doing some of that pre-pandemic. So that this will just return back to some of those features. As far as the alignment to, the rigor of the courses and the interaction with the instructors and all of those things, Chris had already, and as part of his review, identified as he should, courses that undergo review, need revision, need adjustment, need changes. And so this will be a good time to reboot some courses. He was already planning on doing some reboots around anyway.
Courses within the portfolio that we've built and other courses, right? Is that what you're saying?
So
you're looking at
the courses on our
portfolio.
catalog that we control, we design those from start to finish. If a student goes and takes a Texas VSN class, while they may take that through interfacing with VLA, accessing the Texas VSN catalog, we don't really have control over the Texas VSN instructors. Those come from elsewhere.
Completely different.
But we're comfortable that if they're taking section 2 of a 3-section course, and they're taking the first one on campus with an instructor of ours, and they're taking the second with a VLA class that you don't control, and the third they come to campus, that the rigor would be such that they could take the third section.
That's our goal, yes.
Okay.
But if they want to be with Ms. Santos, they need to stay with Ms. Santos. I mean, that,
Oh, I think I'll let Dr. Rapp talk to you about it.
Well, okay. But
Well, and just to clarify, I mean, you hit upon literally the course that I was talking about when I said developed in a silo and it was slated for reworking. So
okay,
you hit upon a course that we already have some work being done on. So, and in terms of courses that are when students take a course that is outside of a VLA offered course, an LISD course, and it's a TXVSN, we have no control over what that looks like. And so I cannot tell you that a student can go and take Spanish, Spanish is a bad example because we're going to now have Spanish and it's aligning. We're building it in-house. We're building it to align with what happens on campus. So, but if they were to take French, I cannot vouch that, they take French 1, that they're going to do well in French 2. If they come right back into campus, because we don't offer French, it comes from the network. And
right.
So what's their list of words that they're using? Where do they end? What's their their thrust and their approach is going to likely be very different than what we do on campus.
Totally get it. And just a thought for consideration is that somehow we have some way to sample those classes to assess rigor that's expected within LISD. For kids, sometimes you get kids taking those classes because they're rock stars and they're just trying to get another one in, right? Or they take it in the summer for different reasons, as you guys know better than we do. But at the end of the day, there is an expectation within LISD that whatever we offer, whether it's dual credit classes for Collegiate Academy or AP classes or dual credit classes through NCTC or VLA classes, that there's an element of rigor and accountability within that. And I get, my son took VLA classes, so I get it. But it's just, I would assume that there's some check on the system, whether it's French or something else, that somebody's just auditing, hey, is that really the rigor that we're expecting? And I know they can take them under VLA, but is it the rigor that we're expecting? And so again, that's not for you to answer tonight, just thought for consideration as I've kind of thought about this whole ecosystem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hassett?
What about blended? Are we still going to offer blended learning?
Blended is an interesting question. So, yes, I would imagine blended's still going to be there. But it's going to be, we really have to look at what's going to come out of legislation.
Okay. Agreed.
That's really what it's going to come down to. We've got to see what's going to come out of legislation.
Which is my second question. So, depending upon 1568 or 27, does it currently allow, I'm concerned about the two methods that the commissioner is currently putting forward. Do what we want to do, are they supported
in the bills, even though to me it looks like they're not supported in the commissioner's current models, or I see the commissioner's title in those bills a lot. So what are we thinking about what we're wanting to do versus currently, as 3 weeks left in session, those bills, which I know already have amendments coming, do we think, I mean, because it says the hybrid model is like days in the week and not time during the day, from what I've been looking at. Okay, I'm not wrong?
I don't think so.
So are these supported in the current bills that are both tracking, or are they not?
Want me to take that?
Yeah, I'll let Chris.
Okay, so
weigh in on that.
1468 currently is 100% synchronous. So
But there's an amendment to make it both.
until the amendment,
I know.
they're 100% synchronous at this point. And that bill has made its way to the Senate and is waiting to be picked up, and that has not happened yet. The commissioner is basically given the power to develop then what that attendance policy would be. Obviously, it's going to be counting minutes in that case. On SB 27, it supports all modalities, so synchronous, asynchronous, hybrid. It's all there, and the commissioner then is instructed to create, come up with attendance policies that will then fit all those different modalities. Now, we saw the attendance policy that was set up for this year under asynchronous, which turned most asynchronous programs largely into synchronous. And so that's where we and other districts need to make sure that we're at the table with the commissioner when he has that power to then say, and really come in with ideas, come in with suggestions, say this is what needs to happen. But that's kind of where we stand at the moment. SB 27 is kind of there's some amendments in the background there, and it's causing a bit of an uproar. And so that'll be interesting to see how that
I don't mind plays the out. uproar. I'm okay with the part of the uproars on the part of the amendments personally.
So it's going to, it's kind of brought things to a stop, I think. I don't see Taylor picking up, or I don't see Taylor picking up 1468 until his bill moves forward. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out.
But his hybrid learning, the commissioner's hybrid learning is one hybrid school with learners who are on campus part of the week and remote for the rest of the week. So this doesn't sustain what we're...
And ours would fall more under the virtual program.
Even for concurrent and for...
So concurrent would be synchronous. So if you have a bill that only goes asynchronous, concurrent becomes a non-starter.
Right.
And so I think there's obviously two hurdles that we're facing. One is whatever the law allows, and then the second is what are the commissioner's rules like to put the law into action. So, and the unfortunate part is we probably won't have those commissioner's rules until later in the summer. So we're going to have to, as Dr. Rogers said, we're going to continue to move this forward so that our campuses can plan and go home and have some of a summer with the idea of, should everything work out, this is what we'll be doing.
And continue to talk with our legislators to let them understand that they need to write it into law that allows us more flexibility than more of their stringent design that he's got currently.
Right.
Yeah.
The more flexibility you can get our legislatures to use, the better. And then the other part of that would be with the commissioner, making sure that we're there as well, helping to shape what that's going to look like, coming with some ideas.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. President?
I'm most confident in this model because we've been doing this model, quite frankly. So there's that. I do have some questions about one of our board goals and moving forward is about engaging kids in clubs and outside activities and on campuses. And so I want to know, it'll be easier to do it with the kids that are there at least part-time.
Right.
But I want to know how we're going to engage those students that are taking 4 that choose to take 4 classes? Are they going to be able to come to campus when you have a pep rally? Are they going to be, things of that nature? No. Anybody?
Yeah, well, and, I've been sort of amazed, and I'm going to defer to them, but the things that all of our principals have done to try to include virtual learners this year into the campus culture. So, I know y'all can give some examples of that. And of course, while they might be able to, they still would have to decide to. Some of them choose to.
I think the club and organization piece it's a heavy priority for us next year. Our kids are really crying out for that next year. They indicate in almost every sort of student group that we have or that we talk to that they really want to see us implement clubs next year, re-implement clubs. So we're already planning on how that's going to look. I don't know exactly, what that picture is going to come out to be yet, but it is a huge priority for us.
I'm thinking of those campuses that have block lunch, that use it that way, so I just didn't know.
I think, we talked about, I mentioned the cornerstone on student experience, and I think if you quote that to make one argument, you have to quote it in this favor also, or it's unfair. And so I think, I honestly feel like that is actually a small way to help some of our students return to campus, because I think if they get hooked into that club and organization, some will end up coming back. I felt that way as activities got underway and we saw Virtual Plus take off. And some of that, I think, was because of quarantining. But I feel like it's our obligation. I know we've done some things like pushing even student surveys out to our virtual kids. They're still on our HHS and all student email, which we send about once a week. We've included them in Spirit Days, and there's been some just connections through organizations. I feel like all of our organizations have suffered a little bit just because the fall was so challenging. And so I echo Tim's sentiments. I think everybody's just eager to do whatever we can to get kids engaged next year.
I think one thing that, Dr. Bigenhose talked about too, and I think he could partner with the schools to accomplish this, is really owning how, if you're a full-time virtual student, how does he also support getting them plugged back into their home campus? And how does he try to work to ensure, are they going to pep rallies? Are they going to football games? Are they plugged into some kind of club? So I think there's a lot of work. That's not a path we've been able to trailblaze yet, but I know that he's mentioned that several times, that it's a passion of his, that they have those connections as well, and obviously it's a passion of the principals. So
it's really important for students to feel plugged in and that they belong somewhere. And in a student who will be full-time online, and this is tricky, a student who will be full-time online as a VLA student who is also then a student at a physical campus but is not actually attending on that campus most of the time, we've got to make sure that student is connected with that campus, because that's their community locally, but they also need to feel like they belong to VLA. And so it's going to be that's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a trick, and I think it's going to be a fun challenge to work between the principals of the campuses and VLA to make that happen, especially for those full-time students.
I want you to know it's important to me, at least, and I think it's important to this board because it was certainly one of our goals. My last question is actually it's about the steps going forward, and it's about what does that rubric look like for the ghosting children that we've heard about? How many times do you have to get ghosted before it's time to pull the plug on their virtual learning and say, you now must return to campus?
I think that as we found our way with that this year, it was a major challenge at first, and we didn't ever stop trying, and we did pull them back. And there were sometimes there was a health or medical reason that prevented us from being able to pull them back on campus. But I know throughout the district, campus principals and assistant principals and teachers have been making those home visits, ringing on doorbells, And so for me, the answer is when they're not being successful, and that could be obviously academically, but also just emotionally. If it's better, if it's in their best interest to come back to campus, then we would be pulling them back. I wouldn't say at the earliest opportunity because it takes a process, but when they're failing classes, certainly it's time to pull them back on campus. And so, yeah, no one likes being ghosted, but that doesn't mean that we just stop. And I know you know that, but I also know that's been a major challenge for us this year, but it's something that I've been most proud of district-wide of how our staff has risen to that occasion and not just given up because they weren't responding to us.
I appreciate the door knocking. I know it goes on, and but my grand question then is, I'm going to assume then that any of our previous ghosts would not qualify for any of these programs at elementary, middle, or high school.
Yes, that is why every single principal group was like, there has to be eligible. Absolutely. They just felt very strongly. Now we've got a whole year's worth of history on students, so we're not going into this blindly. So.
And I think, too, Ms. Prosnick, being ghosted once is one thing. It's sort of like when we revoke a transfer, we're not going to do that for the first unless it's a major misbehavior. We're going to work with the parent, talk to the parent, give the kid a second. But, if it's a repetitive thing, then we're not going to hesitate. So,
Okay. And my only question is, will this eliminate, I know we have some teachers on campuses that don't have a planning period anymore. This model will eliminate that and give them that planning period back?
That's my understanding. We had some fine arts teachers that had a book schedule, and they did an outstanding job. One of those programs that, we still put on a musical. We still have a show this week. There's so much success, but in my mind, this alleviates all of that, and that was one of our goals. So if I misunderstood something.
I appreciate that. And all my other questions were covered, but I just wanted to make sure that was not a practice that would continue under this model. So,
yeah, because most of those were performing arts, and so because it's in person, they don't have to do both.
Good. Okay. Perfect. Thank you all so much for.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, Dr. Rogers.
Y'all go get a cup of coffee.
We held you so.
You can just go straight to campus.
I might join you, and I don't even drink coffee, so.
It wouldn't offend us.
No, we were being considerate and held you until all the storms look like they have passed. So you are free to go home and not the rain.
Hey,
and Dr. Rogers, just one quick note, just in transition. Really, our next step is going to be to send out an application. So because that gives us the most information for budgeting purposes, is to start saying, here's what it's going to look like, who's in, who's out. So, thank you so much for that.
Thank you all for your work. Really appreciate it. You are stealing things? Man, we're going to shake you down for pens and paperwork.
Okay.
I'm asking you to read.
How fast can you read?
I only have 20 questions on this.
It's not my fault.
Yeah, whatever. I can read real quick.
I can read real quick, too.
Go.
I told you it was top 5 priorities.
I'm ready whenever.
Everybody here? Okay.
Yeah, we're all here. It's just everybody else that's leaving.
Oh,
we're all here.
I can talk over them. Don't worry about that.
We're all here.
We are. Let's go.
Okay, next.
It's late. I need everything. Okay, let's go. Dr. Rogers.
Okay, let's talk about graduation 2021. We would have never thought a year later that we'd be looking for a different site than UNT Coliseum, but it is what it is. And we started on this journey thanks to the work of Mr. Kaj and Mr. Plunkett, who couldn't be here. He'd prefer to have a medical procedure than come tonight, so he was pretty smart. But I'm teasing.
That was a good choice.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's 10.
But we originally looked at UNT, returning to UNT Coliseum. That wasn't an option. We looked at returning to Texas Motor Speedway. It was going to cost $150,000. Weather still could be which was nearly double what it was last year. Weather was still going to be an issue. And so we looked at the Ford Center in Frisco, the Star, whatever you want to call it. The initial bid was per day was pretty good, $25,000 a day, of course, with some add-ons. But that was actually $10,000 less than what we were bid 2 years ago when we were really looking at securing that as our long-term site. It's now gone up. It will cost a little over $200,000 to have 8 tickets. Every time we allow more tickets, it expands the cost. But, none of us like that. I'm a little perturbed at Jerry Jones, but he doesn't really care. And the bottom line is, the class of 2021 deserves the best that we can offer. It's going to be a great venue, great opportunity. We just wanted to bring it in front of you. There's not really a lot of options, as y'all understand. We can't not do it, but we wanted y'all to be informed about it and to ask any questions if you might have them. By the way, we have secured UNT Coliseum for next year, so we'll be returning. That was not our plan initially. We had sort of hoped that this might become a long-term thing. We can't rightfully spend $200,000 for 5 graduations when we used to spend $50,000 for 5. It just makes no sense. So that's where we're at. That's about as fast as I can do that.
Does anybody have any questions?
My only question is, was there any other option, and I probably know this answer, for the AV, for the audio video, to have like our kids do it? Or, I know they let other do it, so.
Yeah, and actually one of our instructors works contracts with them, so it's one of our instructors. But there's actually different packages of audio, visual, and so we're in the middle range. We could opt for, but the lower level wasn't good enough for what we wanted to provide for our seniors, and so we opted for the middle range.
We're also subject to their vendors who they use to do the staging, who they use to do the lighting, who they use to do the audio visuals.
So you're saying it's like a wedding venue?
Yes.
You got to use all this stuff.
And that's the way Texas Motor Speedway was last year. You remember, we had to use their catering vendor.
Yes.
Same box, 2 days in a row, those kind of things. So.
Okay. No, I figured. I just thought I'd at least put a plug in, because I know our kids do.
And remind me too, like TMS and the dates, we couldn't, even the dates that, and we have adjusted it back one day, which was fine, going with Ford Center, but TMS, we couldn't even have in that range.
We could not have our set dates.
Right.
They'd be like a week later, which we're already a week after school's out, so you don't want to go 2 weeks between when school's out and graduation. People want to go places.
Just wanted to clarify.
You're all welcome to breakfast at my house.
Word is that the going rate for tickets is $200 on the black market. So.
Oh my
Really?
word!
Yeah.
On graduation?
There you go.
I've got a few with a nice donation to communities and schools. Really,
They need to just go through their school. There's going to be extra tickets that some families only need 6. And the nice thing about the Star, though, is it's still going to be live streamed. And the exterior, which is that artificial turf, giant, people can sit there and watch the graduation live. So you can't get but 8 in. 2 more can bring lawn chairs and watch it and be.
there's some lovely restaurants with balconies that face that big screen.
Okay, so if no other questions for Dr. Rogers, we'll move on to Mr. Miller. I almost made you doctor there, Mr. Miller.
It will be quick.
Yeah.
No, it's going to be long.
It will be
and
quick.
arduous.
And succinct.
Hey, guys, take the pressure off me and just let me see if I can get through this in 15 minutes. So
I'm
this
timing
is, we're going to review the document that you all filled out in Google Docs, and so this is the recommendation for the governance audit report. So what this means is that what we're going to go through tonight, and if you allow me, I'll go through all 16 items quickly. If you want to write down what you have questions on, then we'll circle back. Christy and Jenny will provide their comments as necessary. Just know that the plan would be that we are going to vote on this in consent in the next meeting, and that means that the items are actionable. So everybody needs to understand that. These are not at the discretion of the new board officers, et cetera. These are actionable items and will continue forward. So we'll go through the scope. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on. We had board governance and we had administrative elements. We had 6 on the governance side, 4 on the administrative. We'll go through those.
If you'll go through, it's on the
Oh,
slide.
I'm sorry. I have this in my hand, and there's the 6 and the 4 up there. We'll talk about that in more detail. 10 for the board, 6 for the administration. The recommendations, don't worry about that because we're going to get into that in a little more detail. So the item here, we didn't print this, Angie, so it's FYI, we didn't burn any.
I know. Thank you very much.
So item number 1,
I've read it.
the subheader here, board self-evaluation, expand the board self-assessment that incorporates input from stakeholders and empirical data regarding the board. This basically, if you scored this, pretty much 6 agreed. Now, understand, no recommendation is going to go in the abstention, and so that's how this is being scored. And so 6 of us pretty much agreed that we would move forward on that. As it relates to the governance framework, consider adopting and creating a governance framework for LISD. Some people feel very strongly about this, and so, let me just put it up there, item 2. And so if you look at this was kind of a 4-1-1. And just again, the no recommendation would go on the abstention. There was a low priority. The recommendation is the president create an ad hoc committee to make recommendation by team of 8 or as recommended by TBD ad hoc committee. In other words, that TBD, if that committee, which is established, would be established by the new president, believes they can't do it by the team of 8, there would be a discussion about that. But the recommendation is that we put that in place. Employment approvals. I'm going to skip this. This is already done. Mrs. Smith has brought that forward. We've already approved it. Enforce the BOP. This is a BOP item and should be enforced by the board president when issues are raised. Should fall under board self-assessment in October as well. You can see here that, again, kind of where people came out on this. It's, we've never had any material issues that have come for us as it relates to the BOP, but that process needs to be followed by those who have concerns about it. Local board policies here, modify LISD policies, BF local, to require review of all local policies. Again, we kind of had a 4-1-1 on this as a vote.
Flip.
Sorry, I'm not used to this. Maintain an internal list to include when each policy was last reviewed. I think Ms. Hassett had a great point that when we do this, there's actually a cost to it. So we know that our general counsel is kind of governing this process, so we're going to keep a list as appropriate in the appropriate venue, and then we're going to maintain those updates. And we're going to be more intentional about that they get reviewed.
Well, we did the heavy lift a few years ago. So
What's that?
We did the heavy lift a few years ago.
Yes. We had multiple iterations of this even back when Dr. Brockman was here, but we did the heavy lifting 2 years ago. And a cycle could be 5 years, but again, I think to Christy's point that she made earlier on one of these edits, that, if it goes into TASB, I think there's a $75 charge or something like that. And so we just want to be conscious of that. We don't want to do it willy-nilly, but again, our fantastic new general counsel is going to manage that for us, and so we're very confident in her. Post-supporting materials. This is one where Again, it's 411. You see no recommendation. This is a binary recommendation. So in other words, when we prepare the board packet, especially by Friday, it'll be a determination of the general counsel and administration and the president of what documents are publicly available or privately available to us. But staff would have all documents available by the time the packet is made available to the board. And so we believe that 411, and it's really that means 5-1, that this should happen. Assign agenda time items. It's a 5-1. Bottom line is reject. Public limited input. Again, 5-1. Reject. We're not going to limit public input. There are provisions for that to be done if there are 100 people, and it's but that is not the general recommendation. The chair always reserves the ability to do that. As it relates to this item, 9, staff presentations. What we're talking about here, this again was kind of a 5-1-1, implement by 2021 regular meeting. We tried to model that here in this document, actually. The original working document did not have that. Ms. Hassett actually put it in this template. And so what I would say is that, I did talk to Dr. Rogers about this. There are some unique, we'll kind of narrow this down, but when you look at, for example, the STEM Academy had some really cool branding, right? So we would allow some latitude here, but we'd like to implement as much of this to be a consistent format as possible. By the way, corporations do this as well. It's a pretty common thing. Number 10, superintendent evaluation instrument. Again, this is, we're going to assign a committee and have a plan to implement by August 21. It is in process and it isn't in process. It's in discussion, but it's not in process to be completed. So the plan would be for us to do that by August 2021. I'm sorry. District goals. Supplement district goals and ensure consistent presentation of them to the public. Implement immediately, create public calendar on the goals webpage for presentation on current year goals so reporting is transparent to the public by August of 2021. Did either of you want to comment on this?
The only thing this one, ASAP. No.
Okay. 12, strategic plan. This was...
We don't have a date on 2 of them is my only comment. Number 5 and number 12, we don't have a date on one we want to, so we need to figure that out. But I've created yet another table for that. Debbie?
Yes, and I basically took it from our notes, but
Yep.
we can add the date. Here's what we agreed. In general, everybody agreed that we need it. Bottom line is, we have to put a 5-year plan in place. The audit revealed that, and that's the recommendation. It would be up to the next administration or officers to establish a committee to begin working on that, and to kind of create a lay the groundwork for that. 13, long-term alternatives. Consider long-term alternatives to reduce the span of control of the deputy. This is really kind of 6051. We're going to revisit this in 2022, June 2022. That essentially, our recommendation is to do nothing. Now, just understand that if Dr. Rogers decides to do something in the interim, because this was an administrative recommendation, that certainly, he has the prerogative to make those changes, but this is sending the message that the board is not going to force that item upon him. Dr. Rogers, do you want to comment on that or just leave it as is?
Oh, that's good.
Okay. And then 14, formal administrative regulations, develop formal regulations. So again, this was a little bit 4-2, and honestly, if I scored it right with the no recommendation as the abstention, it's 5-1. Create administrative regulations by January 2022, and then we would want them maintained on the intranet. Did either of you want to comment on that one? Okay. And then staff consistent administrative recommendations. So again, this is a bit 4-1-1. Again, the methodology would be a 5-1 that we want to do this. So staff, really this comes down to, from a campus level to administration, that there's a consistent decisioning process. If you remember back in the detail of the report, and I think I copied you all on that report. And so, a simple one would be, hey, we're still having mask issues, right? What's going on at that campus, right? I'm just picking that as an example, but this is one where this is going to require some work with the administration, but we did kind of push it out into January 2022 in hopes that it would kind of get rolled out for the following year. And we tried to be sensitive to time. 16, this is the last one, by the way. How am I doing, Allison? 16.
I'm still awake. Keep
Okay.
going.
General counsel, again, 411-511 on this one. Here's the bottom line. This policy needs to be changed to basically to fully define the roles of the board and administration regarding the general counsel position. TASB would recommend this. Our auditor recommended. Probably, we've got a timeline here. Ms. Bay, run with it, make the modification, whatever. That would be, probably the best way to handle it, I guess, right? That's the 16 recommendations with the recommended action. So, Ms. Sells, if you want to go around the horn, we can answer any questions that people may have.
Does the audit committee members have any questions on themselves?
I don't have any questions. I just have a statement
If
that
you have a comment.
I'm glad that we're finally evaluating this. I wanted to make sure that we get this implemented ASAP. We've already had the audit, and we need to start proceeding like we want to have for the rest of our audits. Audit, recommendations, procedure on how to implement. Otherwise, why are we doing audits?
I agree. We started with ourselves for a reason. We wanted to, if you will, model the way for future audits to come and what we expect from other audits that we do. And the only other thing I would add to after implement is to go back and make sure we implemented, to do an evaluation of the implementation. But I think that is something that can definitely be done at Team of 8 on an annual basis, which was in here. I will say I, of course, was the impatient trustee. I wanted everything done day before yesterday, but we did try to spread it out so that it wasn't everything beginning in August or in January. And we left, I think, some timelines open for new board officers, et cetera, and how they wanted to implement that next year.
Thank you. Ms. Cox?
So just comment, I'm very appreciative of the committee, so thank you very much for your hard work. But I really want to thank the district because, and also put on there my no recommendation. That didn't mean that I was an abstention by any means. I only commented on the ones I felt like, needed to be commented on. Otherwise, I was in support or in favor. But I really am appreciative of the district because to me, the priority this year was educating our kids. And I didn't see these, as pushing this through like right now to get it done because you guys have worked really hard. And I'm appreciative that even though the board agreed to it, and I think this is necessary, but that you guys took your time out of your schedule when trying to create the virtual learning, create different things to get the reports to the members as well. So thank you very much and very appreciative of that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Ms. Hassan?
Nothing here.
Okay. My only comment is, and it may be more of a request, is that when the new officers come on board and if the president, whoever that is, has that discussion about how to move forward in the superintendent evaluation instrument, if there's a committee to be put forth, I would like that committee to be put forth before SLI so that if there's any opportunities for that committee to attend in person or virtually together.
If we get chosen?
Yes. If we're the chosen ones, I think that it would, instead of using that model of where you go to this and I go to that and then we kind of all share, I think it would be important for that committee to attend any training and learning that's happening at SLI together in moving forward with that. And that was my only comment.
Yeah, I would, so thank you. I think that the new officers and the president need to actually activate these committees post haste. And Ms. Cox, I would just say, it was a compliment. I wasn't saying that you weren't supportive. I actually was, no recommendation. I thought you felt like, hey, whatever you guys recommended. So I didn't mean you were abstaining, like what?
Yeah,
So.
I just wanted to clarify so people
Yeah,
would
no,
think
it's,
I
I mean,
didn't really
you know,
care.
listen, everybody put some thoughtful comments. They're there for you. Let me just say that our next task is to complete the review of vendors. And so we're still in the process of that. Our timeline is a little, going to take a little bit longer. Mr. Martin, well, maybe he left. Good for him. It's a long drive. We're still working on that over the next couple weeks, so expect probably something from us in the June work session for decision in
For just our recommendation.
our recommendation, and then if the recommendation is received, that would be mid June. And then I think that the resolution that we'll talk about next, I think covers the provision that allows us to finish our work through June.
Can I ask one
Yeah.
question?
Absolutely.
And that is on the staff consistent administrative regulations. Of course, that's going to fall to Ms. Bay, and I just want to make sure with the January 2022 deadline, I mean, did someone confer with Ms. Bay?
I don't believe so.
No.
That's doable, because administrative, putting all that together, there's all types of administrative regulations. I think what's going to be part of that is to pull it all together, organize it, codify it, all that. So I'm going to defer to her. I just wanted to know,
Yes, it's quite an undertaking. If I could get a little grace on that as we come out with the legislative session.
Can you just give us a time frame?
Yeah, can you offer a
Later, you can.
Yeah, you don't have to get to
Yes.
us now. I will tell you that, and I'll be the first to say that I thought it was all housed somewhere already, and that it wouldn't be, I won't lie, that I didn't think that, I thought we had our administrative code, it just wasn't necessarily published.
It's my understanding each department has their own somewhere.
Okay. So it's about.
it's going to be just pulling it all together, seeing what, and, while we do that, it probably makes sense to review it.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no reason for her to put it all in one location without reviewing it and seeing if that still makes sense. So, I mean, I didn't want to speak for her except to ask about the time.
No, I appreciate the clarification, because
Yeah.
once again, I spoke from.
Y'all can chat.
I will do a dive into our departments, find out what regs we have, and get back to you guys with a time frame.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think we just would, I will say this, I do think we would like it done before next school year for certain. I think I can.
The answer is,
Yeah.
Dr. Rogers, we did not.
Yeah.
So,
that's fine.
but we will, or somebody will,
Yeah.
and will be reasonable. And I think that our recommendations reflect a very balanced approach to administration and as aggressive approach to us as we can apply to ourselves, knowing that we have a lot to do in the month of June as a board and administration, and a lot to do in August. So, some of these may change based on some of those priorities. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, no, I'm not concerned about the list or the priorities, whatever. I just want to make sure
Yep.
that it was doable.
Absolutely,
and give
we
her-
don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
And I do think, like, when it comes like to the strategic plan, I think that is definitely going to have to be a collaborative process, and because we're going to maybe need to hire a facilitator and things along those lines. And so I think that definitely is a much broader conversation.
I think we wrote that we would,
Yeah.
through this collaborative process, have the facilitator,
Right.
because you're going to have to hire the facilitator if that's what you choose to do before you can start having stakeholder groups and all that. But I think we had wrote that would be done by December.
Yes, I do.
So.
Okay. There's there's no more questions for Mr. Miller or the other members of the audit, then we'll move on in the agenda, and that's our action item. Ms. Bay, would you like to address that resolution?
Sure. So before you all, you have a resolution regarding board member officer positions. As we all know, our board operating procedures state that elections for board officer positions will happen in June. However, review of the education code shows that those need to happen in May. So in order to allow our current committee members to be able to finish up any projects that they had slated for June, and to solve any confusion there may be about the graduation materials and how they're printed, the resolution before you states that board members currently serving will serve through June 30th of this year, and the current board president will be acting board president during the May elections. I'll take any questions.
May graduation.
May graduation.
Yes. Okay. Is there any questions? Would someone like to make that motion? Ms. Cox?
Yes. I move that we approve the resolution regarding the 2021 board officer elections.
Second. Second.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
I'm so sorry,
No, you're
and I'm
fine.
sorry I did not think about this. We will reorganize next Monday. Who conducts the meeting after the elections?
The new president.
The new board president.
Okay, because it just says it will stay in their positions, and that's why I was curious.
For the committees.
Or just for the committees?
Yes, just for
Okay.
the committees. Yes. Yes. Yeah, the board members who currently serve on each committee.
So we have a motion, we have a second?
Yes, we've got a motion and a second.
Yeah,
That's the
motion
question.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. If there's no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 11:07. Dear God.
Oh, we've gone
We've
longer.
gone longer.
Yeah. The
And
best
I'd
one
rather
is
knock
still
it out than
Dr.
leave it
Brockman,
in.
who leaned down one
No
fateful
way.
morning because I was sitting in the uncomfortable chair.